Welcome to the Board of Adjustments. I'm going to call the meeting to order. And I guess I would kind of jump the gun there. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Christina Hill,
Yes, here.
Clay Thomas,
Here.
Don Christensen,
Here.
Rob Pierce, Brad Stanley.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Clay, would you like to lead us in? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Large, could you please read the ethics law announcement?
Sure. Board members are reminded that if we respect any matter or any person coming before the board today, you've received a gift or loan, you have a pecuniary interest, you have a commitment in a private capacity such as a family, employment, business, or similar relationship, or you provided representation or counseling before an agency to a person or entity for compensation within the last year on a matter being considered. You must disclose that gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation at the time the matter is being considered. And you must furthermore abstain from deliberation or voting on the matter if it is clear that the gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation would materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person. Board members are also reminded that under the Board of Adjustment rules, if you had contact outside this meeting with any persons interested in a matter coming before the board today, you should disclose the nature of that contact at this meeting.
Thank you. And Mr. Lloyd, could you read the appeal procedure?
Of course. Most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and you qualify as an aggrieved person or party, you may appeal in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is reduced to writing, filed with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and the application fee.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment at this time?
Yes, thank you. Give me just a moment. I apologize.
Not related to the items on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I believe under item 5, public comment, they can comment on whatever they wish to.
Okay.
I have Chris Engstrom, followed by Ken Wilson. Do you have a? Oh, okay. Here, I have it right here, ma'am. And you have 3 minutes. You got this ready to go? Oh, yeah. Just one moment, please. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're not ready over here. Did you promote me to co-host? Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, hold on.
So my name is Chris Engstrom. I live in Mogul. I'm speaking now because I have a sick grandson and I have to go help my daughter with him. So this is in relationship to the Gateway project. As you can, the 2 lots on Mogul Road that are in question that you're going to be talking about grading, and I don't understand why you're voting on grading now, and I guess you can do that before the project is approved, but we've been discussing this project for a long time with the city and now the county, and now we're doing it again. And you can see by the red that that's the project, and that is all residential around it. But my biggest concern is the intersection that we travel on home and leaving Mogul and coming home to Mogul all the time. And if you haven't been there, I advise you actually to really go and look at this intersection or dangerous, complex, outdated intersection. There are 4 freeway ramps. There are 5, it's a 5-way intersection. You don't know who's supposed to give right of way to what. There's 2 ungated train crossings going both ways that you can't see. Someone needs to put a ding, 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 ding thing up, but who's gonna do that because it's already dangerous. There's also the Tahoe Pyramid Bike Trail. There's a bus stop. And then there's a lot of recreation use lately. It's gotten more and more of tons of cars going in that area to float. Since the city changed the floating downtown, then it has increased a lot for this area because this is where many people start beginning, and fishermen, of course. So you can see, especially that westbound, in the circle is the westbound entrance from Mogul, and it is not up to minimal safety standards. It can't be elongated. It is 230 feet, and it's supposed to be greater than 300 to 500 feet requirement. So if you're merging onto, if you're going to Truckee from Mogul, or all the people from Somerset who come and take the exit and then they turn around to go back to Somerset because there's no eastbound exit for them coming from California to get to Somerset. A truck is supposed to merge at 60 miles per hour, and right now the fastest you can get on that very short merge is 30 miles per hour. You increase the traffic as much as it's going to be for any kind of development like is you're voting on here is going to make this traffic back up and be extremely dangerous, because right now school buses can barely merge in time, and yeah, so there we go. Look at all the crash data too.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I have Ken Wilson, followed by Curtis Reiger.
No,
Oh, yep. I'll restart it. There you go, sir.
alrighty. My name's Ken Wilson. This is a view from the
Might
front of
wanna
my
turn it.
property, looking out for the proposed industrial complex.
90 degrees. There you, upside down now. There you go.
Alrighty. Okay. I was out there the other night when the wind was blowing, and we have absolutely no dust. I don't know how they're going to propose to move almost 1 million cubic yards of dirt and contain the dust. I went through cancer treatment in 2020, head and neck cancer, basically the base of my tongue and my throat, and I'm sure breathing all that dust is not going to be healthy for me or anybody else in the community. I want to know how they're going to contain the dust. If they're working during the day and they're watering it down, what happens when they leave at night and the wind comes up? The wind out there in Cold Springs is a lot windier than it is in Red Rock, Stead, Lemon Valley, and Reno. What are we going to do about that? The traffic situation. They plan on having 600 plus employees out there. There is no way that the roads can handle that extra traffic. This shows the property lines. And they want to build, all of our property runs across to where that blue line is. And they want to build just on the other side of that. Shame on them. The other thing, noise from the vehicles. Some of us are older and we're in bed at 8 o'clock at night. And our neighborhood is nice and quiet. And we live there for a reason. We like our solitude, we like our peace. And those of you who have not been up there, you should really come up there and take a look. That's all I have to say for this time.
Thank you very much.
I have Curtis Reiger, followed by Eric Reiger.
All right. My name is Curtis Rigger. I live at 18200 Volunteer Court. I am the closest to this project along with my 5 neighbors. And, you know, I wanted to talk about the gorgeous views, the sunsets, songbirds, quail. Had a bobcat walk by my deck 4 months ago. That really doesn't matter. I understand it. Our very existence and quality of life is going to be taken away from us. And it's all in the name of commercially zoned. You know, this should have never been commercially zoned from the get-go. I know it was 40 years ago, but the fact that we just let this go, we should have changed this a long time ago. If there's 100 places in all the North Valleys that are commercially zoned, should we just let them build everything and then add an extra 50, 60,000 people out there and then just deal with it? Nobody likes all this growth out there. Nobody. You ask anybody out in the valleys, nobody likes it. But honor that, because that really doesn't, I don't believe that's really important in this meeting. It is, but on the important things. One road in, one road out. Probably the most important thing. Reno Parkway, one road in, one road out. You got 72 homes up there, and there's about 300 people in that trailer park. And to think that in one of the craziest places, it gets crazy in the wintertime. It's just, it ices over, and people are in the ditch all the time. You're gonna have 615 employees. It should be a prerequisite that all of them have 4-wheel drives to get up there. It's gonna happen over and over. They're gonna be in the ditch. The cars aren't the problem, it's the semis. A semi is gonna get off the road, he's gonna get off the freeway, and he's gonna, and the freeway is gonna be decent, so he's gonna be like, I don't need to chain up. He's gonna come up, it's gonna happen. It's 100% gonna happen. He's gonna get off, and then he's gonna turn up over the bridge, and he's gonna slip and slide, and he's gonna be right up against the K-rail. He's gonna block it. The big part is when they go up on Reno Parkway, and it is gonna happen. We live out there. You ask the people, we know it. It's brutal. They're gonna jackknife on that road. It's gonna be blocked off, and then what happens when they try to get an ambulance or emergency personnel up there and they're blocked? They can't get out. Done. That's irresponsible to me. That's completely irresponsible. And, 2 years ago, we got evacuated for the fire, the Loyalton fire, and we had to get all of our people out. Horses, goats, dogs, everybody, we all banded together. Awesome. My community is amazing. I was blown away by it. And now to think that we have to have the extra, we do not need the extra responsibility, concern, or safety burden to remove an additional 650 employees if it happens. We're going to be trying to get ourselves out. They're going to be coming in. What if something happens? If, God forbid, a fire comes too fast and then we're trying to get all those people out, that's not safe. It's just not safe at all. So I just don't think it's right for this area, and I just think it's going to just be a debacle. I think there's going to be stuff that's going to be happening for decades after this. And who's somebody has to be responsible for these events.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
I have Eric Reiger, followed by David Dunbar. Or Rieger, I apologize.
Hello, I'm Eric Rieger. I live at 17990 Volunteer Court. I just had some concerns with this project being built right off our property lines with the dust, as Ken had stated, as well as I just moved in there, and my property value lowering as well. I don't see how it would raise it, and lowering it. Concerns of traffic safety also, as well as our privacy, as 650 employees are going to be put right at the side of our home. And I don't know, I just don't feel like for our privacy is we got a private road, we have a private residence for a reason, and that's what we invested in. And having all those people and having all the people there, and with the trucks and the traffic as well, getting in and out of our homes, if we have emergency vehicles, as my father had stated. And I was just curious if I could get any answers in the future here or anything to let us know, like, I'm worried about losing as I am a young investor in a home. And yeah, so that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have David Denbar, followed by Ken Otto. I apologize, I can't make that out. Kenji?
Yeah, hi. I'm Dave Dunbar. I live at 17950 Volunteer Court. All my neighbors over here, their concerns are good and they're relevant. School bus stops, when they get off the freeway, it's a 4% upgrade on a bridge may be icy. Everybody's seen that sign where they're gonna chain up. And it continues uphill all the way in there to the project. And there's actually two roads. South Avenue is their evacuation route. It's a 50-year, non-maintained dirt road with no runoff or nothing. They want to use that for a secondary evacuation, which is a joke to me. And John said he's going to keep all the trucks off the rest of, they're just going to take Border Town exit to Reno Park Boulevard, which never, I have a Class A license. I don't drive no more, but I have for years. There's two CDL stops right there, for the state stop. Those guys are going to get off, the truckers. I know they're going to get on the radio, get off at exit 80, go down the frontage road or around Cold Springs to avoid that, the CDL stop. And the Nevada Highway Patrol head of CDL, he's very interested in that. He said that ain't going to happen. And I just want to know who's going to stop those trucks from going that way. He said signs, John did, KLS, but you can't enforce it. I got a picture coming today, coming here to this meeting. I turned around, there was a truck that got off the road and he went right down the frontage road in front of Stonegate Development, which John said he's going to stop all trucks. I don't know how he's going to do it, but I got a picture on my phone just, coming here today. That's a big thing. And the bridge, I was talking to the engineer at DOT yesterday. He's going to get me a report. He said that bridge, he wasn't for sure. It was built in 1971, both of the bridges in Cold Springs. He says they're not strong enough to hold that, but I'm going to get a report from them. It's going to take a little while. But don't make your vote until that, because that's the big thing. And that, what they're doing in the Lemon Valley right now, they're going to have to do there. Who's going to pay for that? And they need a stoplight. Who's going to chain the trucks up? You can't. There's so many holes in this thing. It's crazy. And California, Commissioner Beals, I told all those guys, he said there's absolutely no way they're going to give them an out road through Sierra County in California. There's absolutely no way. I was the first Nevadan ever to tell them there's a project coming. He shook my hand. I drove out to Downeyville to get that. But there are so many holes in this project. It's unbelievable. Safety things.
Thank you. Kenji Otto?
I'm Kenji Otto, and I'm running for county clerk. And I live in Cold Springs, across the valley from where this project's going to be. This picture represents my view from my property across the valley, and I will be looking, my potentially $1 million view is going to be destroyed by this warehouse. It's going to, and I'm going to be able to see it. There's a water tower right above it, the property. I can see that from my house. And as I said, I live across the highway, across the lake, across into the valley. And I can tell you, for all the residents that live in Woodland Village, they have a number of houses that look in that direction, and their view is going to be ruined. Our property values are going to be ruined. and buy this warehouse. This is a bedroom community, not an industrial zone. The road that is going to be used, Village Parkway at 395 and also North Virginia Street, isn't going to be able to handle this kind of traffic. It's already backing up. During the icy times, cars skid off that on that bridge, trying to go up it, trying to go west on it. I've seen semis not be able to go up that. It's going to have to be redone. If the company that isn't even here in this state and doesn't own the property, as far as I understand, is going to pay for all that stuff, then, well, we can talk. But they're not going to. They're not going to pay for that dirt road. They're not going to pay for the overpass. They're not going to pay for any of this stuff. 600 cars, that's 1,200 cars a day, plus semis. And that means that the people in Cold Springs, last census, I believe, is 10,000, and probably higher, are going to have to pay for this in so many ways. We already have to, when we get to Lemon Valley, we already have to pay for that with congestion of that. NDOT has stopped that construction. It was supposed to go through. They canceled it. As far as flooding, in Lemon Valley, there's a area that is being developed, and Anderson Acres. And that Anderson Acres experiences flooding every year because of what's going on above them. This is the same thing. You're going to condemn the people that live below this development to annual flooding. I don't care what they do. They don't care.
Thank you.
I do not believe that I have any further public comment in chambers. Okay, if you do, please come give me your card. I already gave a paper. Just come see me, please. Go ahead with Zoom. I apologize. No, it's not. Was it for, because it might have been one that maybe just said 8B and not 5 on it?
Oh, yes, it says 8. We haven't even heard the project.
Amber Rigger? Okay.
It's crazy.
Okay, on Zoom, I do have a Lori Leonard. Lori, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Can I share my screen?
You cannot, no.
I was under the impression that I could do a presentation through Zoom.
That is not the case. No, we only have you on audio for Zoom.
Okay, well.
I'll start your time now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I am attending to speak in opposition to the S3 development proposal. As someone earlier had mentioned, we've gone through a similar proposal in this location in the past, which the city of Reno determined was not an appropriate use for this area because of several things relevant to the danger of such a development proposal. The biggest concern in this area is related to the roads and the access. There is only one way into this development location, and it's currently a really dangerous area. You're dealing with a 5-way intersection, which includes the railroad tracks. Some of these trains can be up to a mile long, and essentially at that very intersection, if you have 2 or 3 cars waiting to cross over the railroad tracks, the entire intersection is blocked. This area that they are requesting to do an industrial development is surrounded by residential areas, so much so that the one exit that they would be using to go in and out, it's Mogul exit number 7. And on the sign from Interstate 80, it states residential only, because it has been dangerous in the past, apparently, for any truck traffic to get off in this area. There's also further plans for Washoe County to develop park sites right at this intersection area. So there are going to already be more people making use of this dangerous intersection. And so it is really going against the sort of plans to the city to further connect residences and to make safer neighborhoods for walking and access to recreational areas. That will completely cut this off. So we're really concerned about the danger of the road there. And these are not things that are easily changed by any means. You're dealing with the Truckee River, then you're dealing with 2 sets of railroad tracks. There are not any gates, there are not any bells. It's a really dangerous area. And then you're dealing with Interstate 80. And this is completely a residential area. So there's a lot of concern. And I just need to state my firm opposition to this.
Thank you so much for your time. Next, I have Chris Borgaello. If you could please unmute yourself.
Hello there, Chris Borgaello. I live at 17624 Northridge Avenue, which is real close to South Avenue. My concern is the fire emergency egress from the warehouses, which is going to be the 650 cars and maybe trucks that will try and get down that road. However, first of all, that property up there is private property, and I have not heard anything to the effect how you get permission or right of way to cross private property for a emergency issue. So outside of that, the road itself comes down and crosses Northridge, which is a real tight corner. Large trucks, if they try and come over the tracks up there to get down that road and through, that's not going to happen. Even if they make it through down to South Avenue onto Old 395, the frontage road, and try and go, let's see, left or right. If they went right, if Stonegate comes in, which they may, it's been approved, they're going to have a roundabout down there. And you have to enter their project residential neighborhood in order to get through, which cars are going to get clogged there and blocked. That's going to be a real nightmare. Going left, heading down to the freeway, of course, you're going to pick up all traffic, any traffic that comes out of Reno Parkway there trying to get onto the freeway, which is only a 1-lane on-ramp to 395 back into Reno. So that pretty much takes care of the complaint for South Avenue. It's just really hard to get down there, especially if we've been evacuated out here before for fires and the roads already get clogged and you can't get out as it is. Next, we also have an issue, me and all of my neighbors, with water increase prices. It's going to increase 3 times from what it is right now, just because this project is going in. So this is another cost that tax that our neighbors will have for the project going in, let alone a lot of other things. And that's about all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further hands raised via Zoom.
I do have a few more folks that had come up with cards. I have Amber Reiger, followed by Mary Lou Yoakum.
Hello. I live at 18600 Volunteer Court. I wanted to talk about some of my demands of the project because it's probably going to go through either way, because our city thinks that millionaires are more important than our citizens. As such, I would like to start by saying if the project goes through, first of all, my uncle has buried dogs on this land out back, and we would like to make sure that they are respected and marked off so that they are not run over. We would not like them to be buried up. Also, when it comes to the trailer park and the students, I grew up in the area, and the idea is, John said, you know, we can just move all of the bus stops to the other side of the lake. Here's my issue. If you're a mother that goes to your work at 5 a.m. in the morning and your kid walks to the bus stop every day at 7:30, you will have to find a way to transport your kid to the other side of the lake. This obviously is an issue because already we have 87 bus drivers less in Washoe County School District. We already have issues with that. And then practically for the students themselves, they might already be missing classes because of that 1 week a month that they do not have transportation. So how is this going to affect our students and their learning outcomes throughout the next few years? Beyond that, I would like to talk about the monetary loss from the investors on volunteer court. Because we have invested our life savings into these properties, I would like if a third-party contractor, if the project goes through, come and do pre- and post-assessments of the property values of the houses to be paid the difference for our loss of life investment. These things are important to us because, honestly, for me, the road that is attached to my house, I have been walking my dogs down for 15 years, and I will not be able to have that anymore. And when they decided to do soil tests or whatever it was, they did not inform anybody on our road, and my dog ran out to that tractor. What if my dog died in that? You guys need to think about talking to the community before you make actions in the community. It is irresponsible, and it is against the safety when you have 10-year-old little boys and girls riding their dirt bikes on those ATV roads. Last thing, I would like, if the project goes through, that all of the ATV roads be maintained and they do not be blocked from this project. This project wants to quit all of the ATV roads in the area for South Ave and the trailer park, and that is our way of life, and I would like that to be respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Mary Lou Yoakum, followed by Barbara Feen.
My name is Mary Lou Yoakum. I live at 190 South Avenue. And my actual concern is the way that we were notified about this project. It has to have been on the county's radar for several months, but we just received, maybe 6 or 7 weeks ago, a small postcard in the mail that said, you know, there's going to be a project here, and they actually noted that this was going to occur today, but and a website that you could go look at what the project was. And then about a week later, we received another notice, and it specifically said, this is because you live within 750 feet of the project. And it was a Zoom conference, and we could express our opinions about the project. And for the most part, the KP Investors representative was okay, but this is an example of one of the things that we brought up, was the traffic that was going to occur on 395. And his response was, well, that's not really our issue. We can't control that. Although they're building this project that's going to dump, hundreds of cars onto 395. But his response was, well, you have to talk to Nevada DOT. Well, that kind of tells you where we're at as residents. I'm very close to the project. If that's their attitude, then going forward, what is their attitude going to be for other issues that come up? Well, that's not our issue, so you're going to have to go talk to, so-and-so. And the other thing is that in the short time that we were notified, it was only a limited amount of people that were notified. So there's 10,000 residents in Cold Springs approximately. Most of those residents were not notified that this is occurring. but they're the ones with us that are going to be impacted by the traffic, by everything else. And the other thing that you need to realize is there are no services in Cold Springs. There's no emergency services. There's one restaurant, essentially. So where are all those 650 employees going to eat lunch? They're going to be going up and down into Lemon Valley and other places. There's not a mechanic where if your car breaks down, you can get it fixed in Cold Springs. So all of this is this is not a community that is for development. It is a residential community, and you are really destroying what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Barbara Feeney.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Fenny. I live in Mogul at 10200 Firethorn Circle, just off of the intersection that has been previously discussed. At this time, I'm requesting that you table item C of the Reno Tahoe Business Park on the Reno Tahoe Business Park agenda for today to give residents a fair chance to meet with the Reno Tahoe Business Group. We have not met with them since September 2021, and that Zoom meeting was supposed to be available afterwards. It was not. It was supposed to be recorded, and recording is unavailable. Mogul residents require more time with the developer and want transparency about safety hazards, historical preservation, how and where traffic is being routed, why earthwork has taken place when it's not been approved, why and who and what Mogul residents have been given the announcements for the coming meetings 10 days in advance, which they have not been. They've been, and I have no idea who they are. I know one person who has been given an announcement about our county meetings. And this is standard with this development. Since 2017, when I first got involved in it, we had to fight for our rights to get people noticed up. And every meeting, just fight for it, post the signs, etc. We have a lot of questions that have not been answered. And we think that it's our right as citizens who could be impeded by 1,000 trucks a day through our area near a school bus stop and near some very hazardous conditions. We'd like to know how they're going to route traffic and how they're going to take care of these safety issues. And are they going to extend the Interstate 80 westbound ramp, which in 2018 would cost $1 million? Thank you.
I have no further public comment in chambers.
And no further hands raised via Zoom.
Oh. Hold on one moment. Go ahead, sir, and we'll figure out the paperwork when you're finished.
Good afternoon. I'm Harold Solomon. My property borders the proposed development that's being under review today. I've reviewed the staff report. I find many things to be questionable. The staff claims no impact on property values. Statistics would show commercial warehousing developments of this magnitude in a residential area always have a negative impact. Staff also claims permit will not be detrimental to public health, safety, welfare, or cause injury to property or property improvements or be detrimental to the surrounding areas. How can it not? The staff claims the site is physically suited for major grading. Major being the key word here. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Also noted in the report is the request to vary the standards of the permit to make the project feasible. Why have standards if they're not adhered to? I urge all commissioners to visit the site, walk the property before making a decision, as this project would have a major negative impact on myself and the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
All right. I believe I have no further public comment in chambers. What was your name, sir? And you wanted to speak during 5 and the item? Yeah. You can go up then. I apologize, we weren't noted. Thank you. For which item, ma'am? Otherwise, I don't know when to call.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rich Hunt. I live just off of Northridge, down right below this warehousing operation that's going to happen. I have two main concerns. Both of them are water. As you all know, water runs downhill, and all of us down below that development are in fear of being drowned. I talked to John, and John told me that they're going to put in a very large retention pond up there to keep track of their water. But I do not see that on any of their drawings that I've seen. So I'm wondering about that, if that's going to happen or what. Otherwise, when you get all those flat roofs and all that blacktop area up there for parking and everything, we're going to have a situation just like we do in Lemon Valley. That's what happened in Lemon Valley when all the warehousing and everything took place up on the west side of the freeway. The water can no longer run into the earth, so it runs downhill. And the south end or the north end of Lemon Valley found that out the hard way. The other thing I have is my well. My well was drilled in 87 or 88 when I moved out there, developed it. My static water level in my well, which can be verified with the county, was 17 feet. Now, well, in the last 4 or 5 months now, my static water level has gone down to 140 feet. So I have lost 35 feet out of my well. It's going, I know that there's been some other developments and stuff around, but in a couple of months, I lost 15 feet. And that is verifiable through the pump companies that have worked on my well. So that kind of are my two big concerns about water. Thank you much. You all have a nice day.
Thank you. I have Wendy Leonard.
Thank you very much. My name is Wendy Leonard. I am currently running for Washoe County Commission District 5. That is my district. I'm also a resident of Cold Springs. I look directly across the highway at where this development will be taking place. What I'm here to ask all of you sitting on this panel is that you actually hear the voices of those residents who are going to be the most impacted by this. They may not be the most polished, but they have purchased land that is directly in front of where this development is going to severely impact their lifestyle. So I'd like you just to take into account what they've had to say, as well as their concerns with traffic, and ensure that when if this project moves forward, that they are heard and that all of their concerns are listened to and addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there was anyone else that did not put number 5 on their little sheet and would like to speak, this is your moment. I have no further public comment in chambers.
Okay, we'll go on with the agenda then. Let's see.
What number is she?
I think the next item is approval of the agenda for today, April 7th agenda. Can we get a motion to approve, Mr. Stanley?
Madam Chair, I so move.
Thank you. Great. Motion carry. Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good. Motion carries. March 3rd. Approval of, no, today's agenda.
Are we approving today's agenda?
Yes, we are approving today's agenda. Okay, so the next item is approval of the March 3rd draft minutes. And I just have one comment on that. On page 1214, it's discussion by members about halfway down the page. Chair Hill said these projects are needed in the community. It was that says throughout plan, and it was a well thought out plan. And that's my only correction. Anybody else have a correction?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Thank you, this is Clay Thomas. I also noticed this is the approval of the minutes, is that correct?
Yes, the minutes of the last meeting.
Okay. On page 4 of 14, Mr. Pierce made a motion to deny, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but under the circumstances for the denial, all items, special circumstances, no detriment, no special privilege, use authorized in effect on a military installation were all listed. And I don't believe the denial was based on all of those. And therefore, I think the record should reflect, I don't want to speak for Mr. Pierce, maybe he can recall, if he can, what the actual denial was predicated upon.
Yeah, this is Rob for the record. I think it was the no special privileges part, if I remember correctly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, if we can accept that, or if we can at least go back and verify it, I think there just needs to be a correction on the record on that.
Okay, that section needs to be verified through listening to the minutes of the meeting. And can we get a motion to approve the draft meeting minutes as modified?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Okay. Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that seems to have carried. Now, for the public hearing items, item 8 of our agenda today, special use permit case number WSUP 0004, Latour Excavation. And the staff is Julie Olander. Oh, there you are.
Good afternoon, board members. This is Julie Olander with Planning and Building. So this is a special use permit for Latour. Oops. It's a major grading for 9,150 cubic yards of cut material and 4,260 cubic yards of fill material with a net of 4,890 cubic yards to be exported and about 2.8 acres to be disturbed. And this grading is to prepare the site for 8 homes in the Montrose subdivision. And here's a map sort of showing the property, the parcels. The proposed grading does exceed major grading thresholds for grading on slopes less or flatter than 15%. The proposed grading is for the 8 lots to develop them for single-family development. The grading is needed primarily to construct a rock reed retaining wall, which will be up to 7.5 feet high, and will cross the property lines along the backside of Margot Road. And then they're also going to prepare the individual lots too. The applicant indicates that the grading is needed for the construction of the retaining wall and that the applicant is also grading those lots. So here's another view of the parcels and where the rockery wall is located. And they're trying to get in early because it's easier to put that rockery wall in now before doing the individual lots. Parcels within 500 feet of the site were noticed, and 51 notices were sent out. Various departments have reviewed this application, and any of the departments that had conditions are included in the conditions of approval. Staff can make all the findings, and I offer a possible motion. And the applicant's representative I believe, is available by Zoom.
Okay, can we hear from the applicant, please? Thank you, Julie.
If the applicant could please raise their hand via Zoom, and I will go ahead and allow you to speak. Okay, I am not showing that the applicant is online. Oh, it looks like they're,
His name's Brandon Pierce.
yep, I am not seeing the applicant.
Okay, well, then, I guess we'll go on to public comment. Is there any public comment about this project? Item 8A, Latour Excavation.
I did not have anyone registered for public comment for this item in chambers.
Okay.
And I do have a hand raised via Zoom. Leslie Ayala, if you could please unmute yourself.
Oh, the applicant?
No, just public comment.
Oh,
No,
A correction.
this is Brandon Pierce. We're using a different account, apparently. That's why you guys didn't notice our hand raised.
No worries. So I do have the applicant under the name Leslie Ayala. Go ahead.
Yes. So basically, the primary reason we were categorized as a special use permit is, again, because of that retaining wall. So these are actually 8 individual custom homes we're going to build. And the reason we couldn't submit each property individually to keep us underneath the cubic yards is because of the rock wall that crosses the property lines. And the county will not let us submit a retaining wall permit that has a rock wall that crosses a property line. So they needed us to submit basically one plan showing the rock wall on all 8 lots, which put us into the special use permit. So it's kind of like, anyway,
yeah.
that would be my main comment about the whole entire thing.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
No further hands raised via Zoom.
All right. Well, let's bring it back to the board then for discussion. Does anybody have any comments or? Yes, Mr. Thomas?
Madam Chair, thank you. I would like to, I have a question for the applicant, please, if he is still available.
Yes, he's still online.
Okay. My question to the applicant is, on the staff report, they showed an aerial view of the 8 lots. Were you able to see that during the presentation?
Yes.
And is that an accurate reflection of what that property looks like today?
The aerial view of those lots, yes, they're still the same size properties.
Is that an accurate view of those lots?
What your question is, the view of the lots? Yes, it is.
Okay. I guess maybe a point of clarification, has grading already started at that location yet, or are you waiting for the SUP to be approved?
Grading has not started, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes?
Madam Chair, I had a series of, I guess, procedural questions.
that I socialized with planner Lander and with Trevor. And my questions are these, particularly in light of the fact that all of these, everything on the agenda today is some version of major or major grading. And so they're similar, at least in that regard. I was wondering why this particular project, and then wondering about the rules that apply that cause getting in touch with Truckee Meadows Fire was not done in this case, and why RTC was not consulted in this case, why it didn't trip that switch, and why Parks and Open Space, given the fact that I see trees and open space and so forth in that area, why that particular consultancy was not required or not requested also. So there are three there that seem to me, just from a, I want to say, almost a lay point of view, that would seem kind of obvious. And I mean, there's existing roadway, there are neighbors, there are trees, there's open space. Why didn't any of those agencies get notified and comment?
Through the chair, Mr. Stanley, it is standard that we submit all of our applications to Truckee Meadows Fire as well as RTC. They receive the agency review memo and all of the applications that go along with that memo, and that includes all three of the items that were heard today. Parks is a different animal. Certainly, many projects rise to that level. I don't know that this particular project would necessarily rise to that level, as we're looking at a grading, a grading application on existing lots that really don't. I don't know that impacts any trails or any parks or open space. Maybe staff member Olander can correct me if I'm wrong. However, I do not believe that it has an impact that would involve review and comment by Parks.
Brad?
Julio, Landerville, Planning Building. This did not get routed to Parks. I did not route it to Fire just because of the location. We look at, who's impacted by this. At this, RTC gets all of our review because of it's a standing requirement from RTC. However, this is not an RTC road, it's a Washoe County road, so it's not under their jurisdiction. And as Planning Manager Lloyd explained, these streets, these parcels are within Montreux. There's no Parks access to any, there's not going to be any comment that Parks would have on it. I look at the surrounding areas and just make that judgment call. So that's how we determine who the agency's applications get sent to. It's a staff determination.
Okay, and if I may follow up. So I'm looking at here at the matrix, and I could be, new glasses, but I don't see RTC and I don't see Fire as having, in the other cases, they say they were sent and not sent to review, but didn't respond. And Trevor, you said it was automatic. Am I missing something here? Or?
Yeah.
I don't know if the table reflects it, but we do send that memo to those reviewing agencies.
In this case. So
I might have accidentally excluded that one. I apologize.
No, that's fine. I really did want to know what triggers it. So always for Fire, always for traffic, and discretion for Parks and Open Space.
I would say not. I don't always send it to Fire, depending on if Fire, Fire's comments are going to be, it is going to depend on what the item is. So something, I would say 99% of the, cases, 90% go to Fire. However, RTC is a standard. RTC and Washoe Story Conservation District are standard. They get everything.
And
not that they comment back on everything, but they do get everything.
Okay, thank you. For clarification, Fire is or is not standard?
Is not.
I mean,
Yep.
for me, it's a staff determination call on that. I would say 99% that's fire. It's just a really random one. This is a grading permit that there probably wouldn't be any impact by fire on this. So, like I say, there's two that are standard, RTC and Washoe Story Conservation District they get everything. Then
Okay.
everything else is up for staff determination.
So fire is a call, a judgment call.
Engineering is a call, parks is a call, the GIDs are a call, all of those things. It just depends on what, I think the staff person that's assigned that case determines they need comments back from.
Gotcha.
And who would be impacting. Health department is also could be another call.
Okay, so you didn't see a fire issue here, I
I
guess?
did not, but I'm looking at my staff report, and it shows that it was sent to them, Washoe County, RTC Washoe, and then Washoe Story Conservation District. I checked both those boxes.
Yeah, I see.
If I may, I was corrected by our admin staff. It was not sent automatically to fire, but they do receive, as Julie indicated, well over 90% of all of our applications. That's why I assumed it had gone to
Okay.
them.
Well,
So your staff report doesn't reflect that?
RTC is shown,
As a check-
conservation is
sent to review.
shown, fire is not shown.
No, fire is not. I agree with fire, but RTC and Washoe Story Conservation, both are
Right.
checked, and RTC was the only one I got the application, and they did not respond.
Right.
And primarily, probably because this is not an RTC road.
Right. I guess, and fire was the major question, but I was just wondering how these were tripped. We'd also spoken about hours of operation. Is that a question for you, or is that a question for the applicant, do you think?
I think the hours of applications are in the conditions of approval, and it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and that's sort of this Monday through Saturday. That's sort of our standard condition on hours of operation.
All right. And,
Sometimes we vary those if the applicant, is doing certain types of activities, but typically that's the standard.
okay, I think, for an example, I'm going to ask that be varied later in the process, but I was wondering if it was just standard in all cases or for hours of operation. For an example, this is an infill project, and from what I've been able to see lately, infill projects are having special consideration of hours and so forth. An example would be, I want to call it the Biltmore project in Lake Tahoe area with the BCC, and previously to that, us, last session. So any sense of that? In other words, we would have to ask or suggest or ask about hours of operation. Is that correct?
It needs to be conditioned. Yes, it's not in code.
It is not currently
needs to-
conditioned.
And it is currently conditioned. It is one of the conditions, condition, 1C, I think, is that right? But it is a condition that Ms. Olander mentioned, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Saturday is the condition that's listed in your, in Exhibit A.
And if we want to change that, then we would make a suggestion that
That's
condition be
correct.
changed in one way or another.
That's correct. But that's very standard. 7 to 7 is very standard with most of our,
All right.
most of the applications that you see.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
It's condition 1E. And isn't it the case where the fire department needs to review the plans prior to it going to the building department? That's how it is in Tahoe.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Does the fire department have to sign off on the plans before it goes to the building department?
They, yes, it's routed to each of the fire agencies, yes.
Okay, any other comments on this project? Yes, Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Clay Thomas. I would like to make the board members aware of something, and at the same time, I hope the applicant is still present and can hear.
Yes, they are.
Thank you, because when I'm done with what I have to state up here, I'd like to give that individual an opportunity to clarify the situation for me. When I asked him earlier if grading had been done, his response was no, it had not. I was out at the site yesterday, and I have numerous pictures of, yes, it has. The whole area has been cleared of vegetation. There was a big piece of machinery out there that was cleaning up. They have cut up at least one pad that I can see of. So I am concerned with that we have an SUP before us for this grading, while at the same time, before it has even been heard by this board, that action has been taken by the
Construction has
applicant
started.
and has done that, and evidently there is some sort of miscommunication at this point in time as to whether the applicant wishes to address that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so your question was about grading. We haven't started grading, but what we have done is we've started cutting down some trees, and we have grubbed the sagebrush, but we have not cut any pads. The pads that you're referring to were under a different permit. My understanding is sometime around 2009 by a different company. There are 2 or 3 of the 8 lots that have been cut and were cut back in 2009.
So has any construction commenced on the retaining wall structure?
Absolutely not, nor have we been removing dirt, because that was my understanding what the SUP was for.
Right.
But we are private owners of each individual lot. So I did quite a bit of research on finding out if I could cut down trees on my own property, and I couldn't find any codes or any permits required to cut down a tree on your own lot. I did find some information about if the tree was not in the setback, that there is some strong recommendations to plant new life. Maybe it's like a 2-to-1, or I can't remember the ratios, but we do plan on fully landscaping these houses before they are occupied. So, and of course, with us building houses, we're going to be submitting for the retaining wall permit, of course, for that rock wall, and a building permit per lot.
Right. Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Thomas?
No, Madam Chair.
I have one question,
Okay.
Madam Chair. This is for the applicant or for Julie, either one, I think. Was there a neighborhood meeting associated? I don't see.
And I'll answer this. No, and in fact, this application came in prior to the launch of the new process for this. There was no neighborhood meeting. Some of these special use permits or discretionary applications, it is going to be a determination at the time or prior to application submittal whether they need a neighborhood meeting or not. Don't know if a project like this would rise to that level of requiring a full neighborhood meeting. So keep in mind there will be applications that come before you from time to time that will not have gone to a neighborhood meeting before they come to the Board of Adjustment.
Trevor, I don't see any map in here showing the notification of adjoining property owners. Was that done?
That is a requirement. I believe that was part of Julie's presentation. We are required to notice.
But it's not in the staff report. Oh, yes, here it is. Okay, noticing map. So the neighbors are aware of it. Okay, great. Okay, so let's bring it to the board. Do we have a motion or further discussion? Oh, I'll make a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yeah?
Yeah, I do have something to say about this, I
Okay.
guess. I appreciate the clarification from the applicant. I do have pictures here on my phone. One of them does show a big excavator actually on property moving dirt. There are mounds of rock that have already been piled up.
If staff, or I should say, the board needs to see it, I'd be more than happy to put it on the overheads. But in so doing, I guess what my concern is that I don't know maybe if it was perceived that this was just going to be pre-approved with no consideration or not, but obviously there has been activity on that property. However, I have also learned over my years on this board as to why we are here and what we are here to specifically look at. And that is basically the request for approval to move forward on grading as contained within this SUP. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I ask, since Member Thomas has, the photograph has the documentation there, that we do be able to see that and that could go into the record?
Yes, I'd like to see it too.
Clay, this is Recording Secretary Kerfoot. If possible, can you email those? Because then we can pull them up on Zoom. I don't know that there's an easy way technologically in this room.
You can,
You can put them there, but the folks on Zoom aren't going to be able to see. They'll see like the reflection from the projection, but it doesn't share screen from the doc cam from that. But if you send them to me, I can pull them up so the applicant can see them as well. Or send them to Adriana.
Yes. We need to do, I'd like a little bit of. Excuse me, Clay Thomas for the record. I appreciate that, but I guess maybe at this moment in time and maybe for the expediency, I will ask a little bit of guidance from Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Large on this.
Madam Chairman, Michael Large, Washoe County District Attorney's Office for the record. My recommendation to this board is that in regard to the SUP that is before this board, whether or not you can make the findings consistent with Washoe County Code 810.30 are separate and apart from whether or not any grading has been done on the property to date. If you believe that a code violation has occurred where grading has occurred without an SUP being issued, you can report that to code enforcement, just as every one of our citizens has a right to do. And if the code enforcement becomes aware of that and goes out there and observes the site and finds that grading rises to the level beyond what is triggered for a major grading permit, then they have the absolute right to cite the property owners for those activities. I would suggest you submit that evidence to code enforcement, however.
Okay.
This is Julio Lander, and just for clarification, and I apologize, I should have made some comment in my presentation that there had been some trees removed from the site, but my understanding is that didn't meet the requirements for a permit, that they removed trees and they, you can move up to 50 cubic yards of material, and my understanding was that they hadn't hit that threshold yet.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, are we ready for a motion then? Rob?
Rob Pierce for the record. I move that after giving reasonable consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustments approve with conditions special use case permit number WSUP 22-0004 for the Ladera Ventures 2 LLC with the conditions included in Exhibit A to the matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30, consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on a military installation.
Any seconds? I'll second the motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. With concerns as stated, aye.
Clay, did you vote?
Yes, I did. I said aye.
Okay. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, we take a 5-minute.
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break, come back at 2:50.
Recording in progress.
And the next item on the agenda is 8B, special use permit case number WSUP 22-0005, KP Investments. Chris Brosnick.
Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. We're looking at a WSUP 22-0005. This is KP Investments. So the applicant is requesting a special use permit for major grading. The proposed disturbance is 77.5 acres. The proposed cut is 910,000 cubic yards. The proposed fill is 895,000 cubic yards. And they are also requesting to vary 3 Article 438 grading standards. The major grading thresholds that have been triggered are area greater than 4 acres, as well as volume for both cut and fill, which are greater than 5,000 cubic yards. So this is located in the Cold Springs planning area. The parcels that are highlighted in yellow and blue are the parcels in question. They are located off of Reno Park Boulevard. So as mentioned, the applicant is requesting to vary 3 standards. Those standards are slopes greater than 3:1. There are 3 specific locations that this will take place, 2 of which are to prevent it from going over into the California state line, and to prevent it from going into the Union Pacific right-of-way. Additionally, they're requesting to allow for fills differing from natural grade to be greater than 48 inches, and finish grading to be different from the natural slope by greater than 10 feet. So I provided a site plan of the proposed grading. As you can see, there are proposed building pads associated with this grading. The applicant has provided a cut and fill plan. The colors are in 10-foot increments. And so the applicant did provide staff with preliminary stormwater and drainage information. So the applicant is anticipating 690,000 cubic feet of runoff. The applicant's stormwater preliminary report proposed that they will be capturing and detaining approximately 780,000 cubic feet of runoff. And within their application, they do state that the proposed detention basins, there are 3 total, shown on the special use permit, have been oversized to demonstrate the runoff will be captured and maintained. So the applicant did provide a neighborhood meeting via Zoom on March 15th from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. There were 17 total participants, and there were multiple concerns raised. Those concerns were related to native vegetation and flowers, water for landscaping, dust issues, as well as wildlife being disrupted, property values, road maintenance, school bus stops, and traffic. So public notice was provided to 137 parcels within 1,500 feet. The findings for a special use permit are consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on a military installation. Staff was able to make all the required findings. Staff is recommending approval with conditions for WSUP 22-5. I've provided a possible motion above, and it can also be found within the staff report. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is the applicant here to make a presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Krompotic, excuse me. You good on the PowerPoint, Adriana? Actually, I'd like to, go a little off script here. I want this Board of Adjustment, every one of you to know. A man confronted me today. I'm still a little rattled by it. I'm sensitive to how big a deal this is to the community. And I want every one of you to know that there's been no attempt at ramrodding anything here, okay? We had our Zoom meeting. That's the new process of which the county's made, right? It bettered the replacement to the CAB meetings. We did our best. We have 24 notices sent out. 12 or 13 people show up. There were 17, but 5 of us, of course, there was staff, and then the applicant side, which is 5 people by my math, 12 or 13 people. I've been doing this a while, and there's some nice people involved. Dave Dunbar comes into my office. Eric Ryder comes into my office. I didn't have the occasion to have a meeting. Lots of text messages with Kurt Ryder. They're passionate. They're all volunteer court people. I'm here to promise every one of you that if you have any conditions of which are not in the staff report, which I think is very well done, thorough analysis done by the staff, they're not easy. There's a lot of departments and a lot of subsets of departments that we go through to make these projects right. And we're not hiding behind a grading special use permit. We're not by the criteria. We're certainly not hiding behind the master plan and the zoning, which is the basis for why we're even here, right? And so yes, it's a grading special use permit. And it sounds as though it's not a big deal. I realize there's a huge community aspect to this. I want you people to know that. And I want you to know that if you brought forth any reasonable condition of somehow tied to the project, I would like you to propose that, and I want you to know that with all sincerity. And that's a big deal to this applicant team. These guys are wonderful guys, as good as professionals ever met. They're on the board here. Pat Owens, Paul Kinney, Dave Simonson, our civil engineer, and our traffic engineer are on by Zoom, I understand. Basically it boils down to there's other people that I've spoke with that seem to be a bit calmer about this. They're on the north side of, or there's a separation. There's the connection from south via Volunteer Court, and there is from Reno Park Drive into the Lakeview 74 mobile home park, of which we spent most of our effort with. Here's the zoning. It's just a reminder to everybody. I think it's been missed in the process. I think this stuff is incredibly complicated when you go out to community. From my math, my understanding, it's been there for 15 years. It's something. It's a lot. We've scoured the master plan. That is the Cold Springs area plan, of which says we meet all of the policy, all of the criteria in the master plan. The next thing in place in the hierarchy of land use regulation is a special use permit. Focus areas in this SUP, community outreach, it's a big deal for me as a professional to try and take care of them. Dave and I have had some beautiful, friendly conversations. He says, we're here to fight you. And I said, I haven't threatened them, never. I've wanted to work with them and deal with mitigation, and that's really the way the process is best handled by everybody. So 3 points. Community outreach, technical aspects of the SUP, of which Chris hit on very intensely in the staff report, more brief in his presentation, and I've got a slightly different perspective, a little bit more graphic stuff. And then the mitigation. There's the 124 properties, the property outlined in red, of which we are representing. The comments from the community meeting, I'm not going to go through these. I'll take any one of them on with Q&A from the board members and any of the community members that are here. There was my name dropped several times. I'm going to own everything they said that I said. For example, somebody touched on, he says, go talk to NDOT. What I think I said is, We have a traffic study done by somebody way more qualified than I. It's vetted with the traffic engineer at Washoe County, and it's vetted with NDOT and perhaps FHWA. They show capacity, they show some, all of the traffic, and I asked David, our traffic engineer, all of the traffic is going left out of Reno Park and onto the freeway. He says, yes, for sake of discussion, all of the traffic. There's no reason to go down Virginia Street. It's important to some of these people, I respect that. But think about why would you do that? These guys are doing their business in a logistics park. Get out, get onto the freeway. That's really how it works. But please respect that I will address every one of these if you wish in Q&A. Technical aspects of the SUP. Staff mentioned three standards of which that have been varied. I think it's impossible. My engineer says, don't use the term impossible. I said, I think it's impossible to grade this site, to make it a functional use, and forget about economic use. Everything does boil down to economic use, right? I mean economic viability, but forget that, set it aside. I don't know how you grade it. You see the site, basically it's all green. That means it's 0 to 15%. And then there's those ups and downs, those mounds, there's some dips, and you have to smooth them out. And the smoothing them out is the grading of which is tripped up in the thresholds of which staff pointed out. By the way, the thresholds, think about that. It's not a percentage of the site, it's an absolute 5,000 cubic yards. And so it doesn't consider site size. 3 acres of grading is considered on a 135 acre site is a major SUP in the Washoe County grading triggers for a major SUP. Or 5,000 yards. That's 1 acre, 3 feet deep, to give you some perspective. But if you can just bear with me, it's always tough to communicate these technical things. And what I'm saying is basically you got a site that's relatively flat with some ups and downs, and we have to smooth them out. Here's a narrative that I've prepared, and then endorsed by our civil engineer. Are doing our best to explain something that is complicated. Grading and leveling the site, if I may read it, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Grading and leveling the site, regardless of use, will be necessary for any practical industrial project on this property. Think of a project that is allowed by right in the industrial zone that does not include a building. That would be a great test on this, like outdoor storage. Even so, the site would be mass graded to create usable areas for storage, parking, for engineered roads, driveways, drainage improvements, and engineered slopes. Engineering's part of the deal. You got to get the grades down. You got to make them work. There's a safety part and a function part of that. Smoothing out the undulated site, i.e. ravines, dips, and mounds, would well exceed 10 feet between proposed grades and natural grades. It is very near impossible to avoid the grading, SUP, and functionally develop the site. We believe the proposed grading shows an optimal approach as only 57% of the site is graded. A major SUP will be required for any development project on this property. Then there's the mitigation paragraph. I think it's important. I think I'm pretty tough on clients when I feel a responsibility of mitigation. It means there's a lot of impacts created. We got the residential adjacency. That's really the issue of the day in this use permit as far as mitigation goes. The last paragraph, I quote, further, the mitigation of grading impacts includes dust control measures, revegetation with irrigation, contour grading to soften appearance, can make it very natural looking, providing ornamental landscaping, and many trees that far exceed code requirements. 2-to-1 slopes. Chris mentioned this in his comments. Those yellow areas notice where they're located. One is on the west side, backing up to the California state line, not visible by anybody that would be looking from the neighbors, from the freeway, anywhere in Cold Springs. And a 2-to-1 slope's an acceptable standard all over the region. The code says 3. It's the code. We do 2-to-1s all over the region. They've been done. There's a slope on 4th Street. You go down, the natural cut slope is 1-to-1 slope. So, it's not that they don't work. We've used them on a very selective basis where space constrained, adjacent to the UP Railroad right away there, that little blip on the north end, the blip on the south end, and the California state line. Those are 2 to 1s. It's a matter of 2% of the overall grading, I understand. I'll get to the trees, I think, in the next slide. So that addresses the one section of code that staff has pointed out. Landscape and buffer, mitigation for adjacent residential. The trees, you know, it sounds impressive, and it's probably just a good, responsible thing to do to go from 0 trees to 880 trees. The point is, there's a big buffer, it's a lot of trees, it's gonna do a heck of a good job in screening over time. Dave came up to me, I appreciate these, the people that have been fighting me furiously on this, and said, you know, nothing will grow out there, but it does grow. There's nice vegetation out there today. And I said in our Zoom meeting, we'll handpick anything. Mullers are on your list, at the top of the list of citizen concerns. We will, it's very easy to do. You look at soil characteristics, the certain location of this climate relative to downtown Reno is different, right? For sure. You tailor plant material to this particular region. The dirt is part of the analysis. I'm talking about the quality of the dirt or lack of. 880 trees there, most of which, I mean, obviously focused on the east property line. At the very north end is this, is there a pointer here? Adriana? Okay. One thing I'd like to point out, because several people have had concerns with drainage. Thank you very much. So do you see the area in there? That's our drainage, detention basin. So, you know, the simple, you guys have heard this from engineers, hydrologists, all the time, right? This, an oversized detention basin, we can make it larger. Right now, as the math went with Chris's comments, it's about 13% more than needed for the 100-year. But you collect all the water, you engineer the flow of the water, put in the system on site, put it into that detention basin. We reduce velocity and we reduce volume going to the properties. I can say with complete certainty that if there's one thing that we know we always take care of in development with engineering is managing stormwater and improving it. Sections. These are about as, you know, this is the way it is on showing the relationship from houses at, this is at, actually that's not the volunteer court side, that's the other side, right? A and B. These were taken to represent, you generally want to do worst case for the development to show the real impact. What we're trying to show here is separation is a huge mitigating factor, right? There's about a football field between what would be a building and the nearest house, to give you some perspective. It's, you know, 270 plus 27, you know, so right around 300 feet. But notice the density of the screen. There's an 8-foot sound wall in there, well separated. And that's that first section on this map, A. B is the next one. Different perspective. You see the cut there, that will actually naturally screen the building. You got the vegetation, you got a natural mound there, the sound wall, and the adjacent residence. And then the next one is a little bit further south. I'm keep sliding back, but you'll see number C now. This is that volunteer court, which is right there. And so that one's going to be more like 370 feet building to building, greater than a football field. It just so happens because of the way the site plan lays out in relation to the property line. Concluding remarks, the industrial zone was approved 15 years ago, which allows for this use by right. We've never threatened anybody with that. I really want you to know how sincere we've been with this community to deal with the characteristics of the use permit, not just hide behind zoning. All applicable Cold Springs Area Plan policy support this SUP and the industrial use on the property. You guys know about character statements. The citizens form the character statement. There's nothing that prohibits such a use in this region of Cold Springs. Grading is necessary for a viable use, better stated, major grading SUP. And we believe our design is the least disruptive to existing topo and a responsible approach to developing the site. Thank you very much for your time, Madam Chair. And
Thank you.
Board members.
Okay, do we have any public comment?
Yes. First up, I have Tom, I apologize, I don't know if it's Powell or Dowell, followed by Michael Henry. And just a reminder to all folks coming up for public comment, I may butcher your name, so when you get up there, please state your first and last name. Thank you.
That's close enough, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our family owns a business which is adjacent to this this proposed project. We wholeheartedly endorse that it be approved. The biggest thing that affects us is the improvement of South Reno Park Boulevard.
The
At
improvement
this
of
present
what?
time, South Reno Park Boulevard.
Oh,
That's where the majority of the traffic is going to come into this project. It also would help to serve us, but also what it would help would be the 300 or so people that live in the trailer park. There is no real good access at this point because the road is not a county road. It's basically a makeshift road that went in there many, many years ago. So part of the project is for them to bring the road up to county specs, which would give everybody, as one gentleman talked about, the ice and the snow. It would give a much better road. It would allow the county to plow the road and maintain the road. And like I say, it would really serve well. Also, at this present time, you can't have school buses going into this trailer park because it's a private road. Once it becomes county, then the school buses can actually go into the trailer park to pick up the kids. To me, that is a great advantage. So once again, we really wholeheartedly think that you should accept this. Another thing that strikes me is we need more business, more jobs out in the North Valleys. We have such a traffic situation coming into Reno now that's the only salvation, or one of the salvations, is to have businesses in that area so people aren't commuting to Reno every day. So the more we have out there, I think we would actually improve the traffic situation. And I think that's about all I have to say, and I thank you for your time.
thank you.
Thank you. I have Michael Henry, followed by Ken Wilson. All right, they may have left. I'm not seeing anyone come up for Michael Henry. All right, Ken Wilson, followed by Curtis Reiger.
Hi, my name is Ken Wilson. I live at 17970 Volunteer Court. And contrary to the gentleman that was just up here, I don't understand how 650 employees, which means 650 more vehicles, is going to help Cold Springs. They do not have the roads. They can handle the extra traffic. There is no infrastructure out there, like a lady said earlier. There's no restaurants, there's no businesses. You're not going to be able to keep people off of Virginia Street rather than pulling out of Reno Parkway and turning left to get on the freeway. That's going to be jammed up, so they're going to turn right and they're going to go down Old Virginia, the frontage road to the highway, which means more traffic for us. It's just an old 2-lane road. You don't have the infrastructure to handle this. It's just not feasible. I could go on and on and on. You know, if you allow them to build this, it's going to hurt every one of us on Volunteer Court and the lady that lives at 190 South Street. and dust. How are they going to keep the dust down, moving that much dirt, doing that much grading? They're going to use a whole lot of water, which is a precious resource, just to keep the dust down. And we're going to be monitoring. If you let this go through, we're going to be monitoring the dust. And we already figured out who to call and complain to. But when they leave at the end of their workday, and that ground dries out, and the wind comes up, as it always does in Cold Springs, we have a wind that comes around the backside of Peavine and right through our valley, which nobody is aware of unless you live out there. It's windy half the year. And that ground's going to dry up, and that wind's going to blow, and we're going to take the brunt of it. If they build this, the people on Volunteer Court and South Avenue, we're going to take the brunt of this. The only one benefiting from this would be the KLS planning. No, I don't see how anybody in Cold Springs could benefit from this project. That's pretty much all I have to say right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Curtis Reiger, followed by Eric Reiger. Thank you.
Well, I got to give it to John. He's a good speaker. He can sell ice to an Eskimo. Where do I start? I mean, Jesus Christ. It's like, as of 2020, 10,153 residents live in Cold Springs. I feel like we the people, school teachers, contractors, accountants, retired persons, hardworking tax-paying citizens should have been included from day one. Contacting 122 people and trying to sneak in the back door with a large project of this caliber is unacceptable, and they did try to sneak in. That there's so many people that did not. There's a bunch of elderly people. They don't even know how to get on a Zoom meeting. I mean, half the people on that Zoom meeting were at my house. I mean, it's just like, you know, I feel like these projects and proposals with planners, developers, and citizens are shifting in a direction of mistrust and non-transparency. I am fearful of where this is going to end up with our community if this project goes through. The red flags and present dangers are 100% real and would be a grave mistake to overlook. The dangers alone with trucks being jackknifed on Reno Park Boulevard and just the traffic is going to be just astronomical. And who better to ask with the people that live there? And like Ken was saying, it is brutal out there. I don't think anybody knows how bad it is out there. It is brutal. We have winds that are 60, 70 miles an hour. It'd be 20 in Reno. It's bad. It is bad. And we can have this last winter we had 3 different times. There was 400 feet on the frontage road, 400 feet, 2 feet deep. It blew over the frontage road, and there was like up to 4 inches on the freeway, and it shut it down. We've had it shut down for fires all the time. I mean, there's so many things that are going to happen in the wintertime. And then all these people that are going to be driving up there, the 650 employees, are they all going to have 4-wheel drives? Like I was mentioning before, they're going to be slipping and sliding all over these roads. I think just that alone is going to be crazy. The road coming off the freeway, the off-ramp, it's horrible. Potholes, everything. All of our roads out there are horrible. They've redone them in these last years. They're horrible. I mean, as soon as they redid it, we drive down it, and everybody talks about it. It's like we're the stepchildren that just got neglected out there. That's how we feel. And we're like, you know what? If you just leave us alone and don't build out here, we won't even say anything. South Avenue is where they want to propose to put a gate up there, and that's going to be where they have the emergency exit. I've been maintaining that road personally for 20 years. And all the residents have been helping. They give me gas and money and everything else. I've been personally maintaining that road. And I've maintained the 450 feet at the bottom. So, and that's Washoe County. Do I get reimbursed for all these years of doing that? So every time it snows, I get up and I take care of that. So who takes care of that now? Is it just no longer, our responsibility? I think we need that paved. I think we need volunteer paved. I think we just need a lot of stuff that they're not looking at. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have Eric Reiger, followed by David Dunbar.
Hello again. I just had a another concern as well with bringing jobs to Cold Springs is I was curious on what the wages would be in this warehouse and what they would supply to the people in the community out in Cold Springs. And is that a livable wage? Is that something that someone could own a home with, because there are no apartment buildings out there in our community? Can someone work at this warehouse, and if they live in Cold Springs as a resident, as another gentleman was stating, can they make a livelihood out there? So the people currently there, if they get a job there, can they make a livelihood off that wage out there? And that was my current concern. Thank you.
Thank you. David Dunbar, followed by Kenji Otto.
Yeah, I'm David Dunbar. I live around the South Avenue and volunteer on the corner. But this whole thing is like volunteer against this project. It concerns that sign right there, the whole community, safe, secure, and healthy community. And that one too, because all the North Valleys is, impacted by this with the road, traffic. It takes 30 minutes, 40 minutes sometimes to go, thank God I'm retired now, I don't have to deal with that road, but the traffic. But anyway, if you guys are gonna, approve this, read these signs first. But anyway, like Kurt just said, we need South Road paved, volunteer. There's no emergency access, because it's a one-lane easement road that we own. And, on November 18th, my stepfather got picked up by the Remza, and Ken and his wife, and same with Kurt, have been, had ambulances there, and the fire in Loyalton, it says, we need somebody to turn around. I didn't evacuate. I was one of those bad guys. I was the only bad guy. And I stayed with the fire guys, and they were telling me this road is nuts, volunteer court. But forget about volunteer court. I'm worried about the rest of the community, like your signs say. But, for the emergency, we need South Avenue paved. It's an developed road for 67 years. Nobody's done nothing, and it's a mess. And it's not adequate for evacuation road. And these guys already said Reno Park Boulevard. And I'm just worried about the trucks jackknifing, because the bridge may be icy. Everybody's seen that sign on the highway, and that bridge is it's definitely icy. And I'm worried about the snow, with that wall, the cornice, that's a swirling snow. Our road will be piled up with snow. Who's gonna remove that, like Kurt said? But I'm still worried about all the North Valleys, because it's the whole thing. Forget volunteer corps, you've heard enough of that, but that's, the whole community is impacted. Look at Lemon Valley, what they're doing to that place, which is good. We need Walmart and all that stuff, but they're redoing everything on the roads after the fact. They gotta, look at Las Vegas. Same thing, you guys gotta learn from the mistakes. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. But, if you guys approve it, we need some stuff. We need the water too. Great Basin Water told me that it's a direct impact from this, moving the tank and all the lines they're gonna dig up. That's Great Basin Water. And all of us are getting charged for that. That's not good. You know what I mean? I think they should pay for it, myself, but, I'm not on the board. Please read your signs.
I turned it off. All right, Kenji Otto, followed by Amber Reiger. I'm grabbing it. Give me 1 second. There you go.
You all set? Okay. So again, I'm Kenji Otto, running for county clerk. I was made aware of this project in a couple of ways. Jean Herman called me and said that she had gotten a call to be invited to a meeting. So I went along and to find out more about this issue. As I show on my picture, it impacts me. I can see the water tower that is across the valley. So I'm going to be able to see this warehouse and everything else that these people do. It does not, I don't believe it complies with the Cold Springs Valley Master Plan, but I may be wrong. Similar to Verdi and Mogul, this is a situation where the community hasn't been considered as a whole. We're a valley, we're a community, and we're not all together, but in most cases we agree. I learned about this project when I was visiting the Verdi cab from Dave Solaro through his process, and I saw it up on the map, and I'm like, how come I didn't know about this? The development review application process, which is what the county does, is unable to locate the videos, the minutes, and the project was removed from the map. So I was told that all of that was available. I can't find any of it. And so I would like to see the videos of their meeting. I would like to read their minutes of their meeting. And I suggest that you all do the same thing. I would ask and demand that KP Investments, if this is approved, upgrade the roads to a semi-truck standard on 395 Village Parkway overpass, South Virginia upgrade, South Reno Parkway. So it was just mentioned, it sounds like that's a private road, so they should pay for the purchase of that road and give it and deed it over to the county. County should not have to pay for any of that. They also should put on South Reno Park Boulevard telephone lines underground. So the telephone lines should go underground. They should put sewage in for future considerations of projects. And they should put signs forbidding semis from going beyond South Virginia going, that would be south. The dust situation is very familiar with me. We get dust from White Lake all the time. It blows that dust up and blows it out to my house. Also fire and the volunteer fire department's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Amber Reiger, followed by Mary Lou Yoakum. And Mr. Otto, may I grab the pictures? Thank you so much. Give me one moment, Amber.
Hello. Am I able to start?
Yes, go ahead. I'll pull your picture up.
Perfect, thank you. I started a petition for this project because since this is at 1:30 in the afternoon, people with morning and afternoon shifts are not able to attend. And I did this primarily through our community Facebook page so that the people that signed the petition were within our community. And I have over 100 comments on record that I would like KP investors to look at because it shows not what the few people on volunteer court have said, but what the entire community has said. And I really think that's important to get the voice of all the people. That's our First Amendment. And then I would like to actually comment directly onto the special use permit findings, especially Part C and D. For site suitability, I would say that it is not suitable for the fact that we have to move a mountain to fill in 56 feet in a ravine. That's 56 feet of infill. So they want to move a mountain to fill in a ravine to flatten an area. It is 910,000 cubic square feet. That's about yards. So practically, you're moving close to 1 million cubic square yards. It just doesn't make any sense, especially when in the project proposal it said no trees will be harmed in the project. There are no trees. There are only tens of thousands of sagebrush that would be demolished. So talk about the sagebrush and talk about how they're old growth too. A lot of these sagebrush are 50 plus years old. They are important and they hold groundwater. They are key to the environment here. And then the issuance not detrimental. It says issuance of the permit will not be significantly detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare injurious to the property or improvements of adjacent properties, or detrimental to the character of the surrounding area. It is not with the character of the surrounding area, which represents our community, and is completely detrimental to the way of life of all of the people in the area. So those are like my major concerns. Besides that, I think it is really important to understand that they have already purchased this land. There is probably a very high possibility that it'll go through. What I want, as someone that lives there, is that our concerns are taken into consideration and that the roads are actually built, and that the ATV roads that all of those young little boys and girls on are provided, because if they are not provided, I will tell you, redneck people will go around them, and that is just a fact of the matter, and it is safety hazard for all of the mothers out there. We really need that just for the children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mary Lou Yoakum, followed by Harold Solman. Oh, Mary Lou did? Okay. All right, thank you. So Harold Solman, followed by Rich Hout. All right. Rich Hout. We have Stephen Ficarota. Can you do this? I'm going to help him with the screen. Yes.
Right over here. And we can zoom in on them. So I'm going to put them here. And I'll zoom in over there. That the right way?
They're kind of different ways.
So you'll just have to look up there and move them, okay? Okay. But I'll zoom in for you. Okay. Just a second.
And whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Stephen Ficarota, and I live at 17960 Volunteer Court. I've been out there for approximately 18, 19 years, and I live on approximately an acre and a half. And I'm here regarding all different issues. One thing is the view that I moved out there for, to see the Sierra Mountains. I will no longer see those ever again from my porch, from my back porch, whatsoever, from my property, at all, ever again. The noise out there won't be quiet whatsoever, especially at night, ever again, because of the trucks idling whenever they get there. And also the stars that are out there at night. And also on top of that, there are several open natural water flows. And one of those natural water flows goes right through my property, right through underneath the part of the road that everybody uses. Okay, and it starts in front of the fire station, and it goes all the way down. The portion of the culvert that this open water flow handles cannot handle any more water. That culvert goes right through my property, which goes into a ditch, which is approximately 50 feet long, approximately 2 feet deep, approximately 3 feet wide. About every 3 years, 2 to 3 years, I have to bring in a backhoe to dig it out. That ditch is on my property. This warehouse issue should not go through whatsoever. You're going to be destroying the land. Oh, not talking about the wildlife. The wildlife, that will be destroyed forever. We get all types of wildlife out there. Jackrabbits, cottontails, blue jays, we've had cougars, we've had deer. I mean, the list goes on and on. Okay, and on top of that, I have 2 horses that are rescue horses. My mare is right next to that ditch. This is a very terrible idea. I have no place to put my other horses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have anyone else registered in chambers for public comment. Okay.
Great.
I do have a hand raised via Zoom. Rachel Solomon, if you could please unmute yourself. Rachel Solomon, if you'd like to make public comment, now is the time. And I'm not getting a response from Rachel Solomon. I do have Matthew/Michael DeMartini, if you could please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Board of Adjustment. This is Michael J. DeMartini. I know a lot about Cold Springs Valley, having done engineering out there for the last 5 decades, a little over. I'm a civil engineer with many years of experience. I have expertise in water and flood. I have been involved as an expert planner at the Division of Water Resources. I'm not aware of any applications that have been made for storage of water on this property. I'm very familiar with the White Lake. I was an expert witness regarding the suit against the city of Reno in Lemon Valley. I have monitored the water of White Lake for many years, and accordingly, am familiar with how much water will be generated by this project. My concern is only with regards to the water. And with regards to that, I am in control of waters of the White Lake through a water permit approved by the state engineer. And in that sense, I'm concerned about just how much water will come off of this project and how it might be handled. To give a rough idea, it's my estimate that there's around 2 million square feet of impermeable area on the proposed project that will create, if it rained the same as in 2017, that will create around 4 million cubic feet of water that will run off from the property and end up in White Lake. That needs to be controlled both as to quantity and quality. I am willing to work with the developer to provide information to him so they understand how the project might mitigate the runoff. The impact appears to be much larger than what was estimated, maybe as much as 4 to 8 times larger. So that's essentially my concerns. I do extend my expertise to the developer or to the Board of Adjustment in the county with regards to what the impacts of this project may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have no further hands raised via Zoom.
Okay. So let's bring it back to the board, and does anybody have questions for staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
for the record, there are pictures that were submitted by one of the public commenters that are being circulated to the Board of County Commissioners for consideration at this time, and they will be placed on the public record for this item.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for the applicant. regarding the roadway. I see the condition of approval is that the proposed development is over roadways that are currently are not maintained by Washoe County. At the time of entitlement, the applicant will need to demonstrate that appropriate right-of-way has been or can acquired over the project access roadways if the roadways are to be owned and maintained by Washoe County. What's your plan for the roadways?
So you're talking about Reno Park, right?
Yeah.
Could you pull up my vicinity map, please?
Of course.
Best shown graphically, right? No, that's,
That's 8C.
it's all good. Bear with me, Madam Chair, I'd like to point it out on the map, right? The limits of improvements of which we have accepted for, there's an easement we have control of. We're gonna build the road to the county standard and dedicate to the county. But I think it's important to show that, the limits of that, that's what I'm looking to do.
John, do you know which one it is? I'm
It's the
sorry.
first slide, I think.
First slide.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Can you zoom that into the vicinity? Well, you know, you can see it here. So there it is, the intersection at Virginia Street, thank you. County standard, that's the condition that's been put forth and then accepted by us.
So is that going to be paid for by the
That's by the developer, yeah.
developer, and then it's going to be dedicated to Washoe County?
It's gonna be dedicated.
And then will be maintained by Washoe County, so it'll be plowed?
That's right, because it's, you know, it's a public street, yes,
Okay.
plowed by the
And
county.
where is the trailer park in relationship to this?
So there's
Oh.
Lakeview 74, but most of the people that have been here today, as Dave Dunbar mentioned, are volunteer court.
Okay.
And then Mary Yoakum, whose name you heard, lives right across the other side. So they've been talking about South Avenue,
Uh-huh.
you know, and then volunteer court, which is, you know, right there. It's hard to see in this map, but it's right there. That's all course private easements.
And
Our emergency access gate, by the way, is right at the property line there. So that is, you know, no traffic going on South Avenue there.
how do you address the statements by the public about there's no services around there? And you're going to have 650 employees and nowhere for them to go to lunch or, you know, get their car fixed or get gas or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the, you know, the mix of services up there. I mean, you know, Border Town's pretty close by.
Yeah,
What?
Madam Chair?
Border Town is nearby, and of course, they have food services, right?
Madam Chair, if I could break in really quickly. What we're looking at today is a request for 900 plus 1,000 cubic yards of excavation of dirt. That really is the request. We're not looking at a project. We don't have a project in front of us. We really don't know what, you know, what will come about. So we need to focus the question specific to the request, which is the grading.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Well, traffic congestion is discussed in the application, and they have to, I guess, address that as part of the building department review. Yes, Mr. Stanley?
If you were
Yeah.
through, then I have
Go ahead.
follow-up to this, same issue, same area. Are you through with your questions for
Yes.
right now? May I?
Yes, you may.
Board Member Stanley, can you please speak into the microphone? Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, I've got a question, just kind of following on about the roadways. Thanks for the explanation on the kind of the roadways that seem to be coming in from the north. The mobile home area and the dirt roads there, that seems to be a large, unmaintained and dirt roads. That seems to be a large issue. Are there any plans there, and on a good day, should there be any, to help with those roads?
On a good day?
On a good day.
You mean like what they've been talking about, the paving them, volunteer and?
To improve them in some way so that you mitigate dust if you're using those roads. Is there anything in your thinking that helps those people with those roads?
Yes, I mean, it just hit me, in this meeting with Dave, and then Kurt mentioned it. So we were just talking about it and what we could do to help them. I don't have anything conclusive yet, but I'd be glad if we could take a little break and dive into it more.
Would you be, and your client be receptive to additional conditioning about improving those roads?
Yes, to Dave's been, he's on the corner of, where Dave Dunbar is, he's been kind of
Right.
I call him a community leader.
You might want to use your pointer there too, if you still have it on the.
Yeah, I am pointing to it, but I guess
sorry.
you guys
I might
can't
wanna
see that
turn
unless you
around
turn
from the
around,
mic.
right? So he lives there, and he's talking about this segment of south. And he says, since it's, excuse me? Is that okay there, Mr. Stam?
Yeah, but also there's, yes.
Then there's this portion, right?
Right.
That's access to those 5 or 6, I think it's 5 residences there. Then there's a break, and then there's access from the north up here on, and then you go to White's Lake Road. But we did talk about South Avenue to like a fire access standard, and we, I think we could accept paving that to a fire access standard, because that is a gated fire access.
All right, thank you.
I would put forth that condition.
Great, sounds good, John.
Thank you.
May I continue?
Yes.
All right, there was a question about lighting. I'm making the wild guess that lighting will be dark sky compliant, is that correct?
Dark sky compliant, yeah. LED technology, we actually did a photometric plan, it wasn't required in this process.
Right.
But to stay ahead of it, 0.0 at the property line, no spillover. It's a pretty easy standard to meet, frankly, with the way you.
And Madam Chair, again, we're getting off a little bit, right?
Mr. Lloyd, can I volunteer some of this?
I don't know that we can condition it, is what I'm getting at, and it will come at a later date.
Okay.
The code is very specific in terms of dark sky lighting requirements. But yeah, we should stick with the proposal in front of you.
Sure. Thank you. About dust and trees, you mentioned 300 plus trees that you're,
880.
like I said, 880?
Yeah.
So what size, what caliper, any sense of that?
No, not off the top of my head. I mean, it's the mix of code. It's the code size trees, a mix of evergreen and deciduous. Lots of shrubs, lots of revegetation. And of course, if I could craft a condition, it's come up a few times, I'm talking about on the seed makeup, right? That's important. We can influence that in specific design and plant material and seed mix.
Okay. Can you help a little bit about the timing on that? And by that I mean, the trees go in before the grading, they go in during the grading, they go in after the grading. How does that work? Any sense of that?
They go in after the grading, right? When you're
Okay.
getting, yeah. I mean, because you finish grade the site, you have the dust control measures, of course. By the way, one of the principals told me, I didn't know that until coming in here today, that they're gonna have a standby water truck, which is not a code thing. They're gonna do
Right.
that to stay ahead of it and be real aggressive on
Okay.
dust control management, like if a windstorm came up.
Thanks.
Standby, yeah.
That was a good segue for my next one, on dust mitigation. So there can be buffaloes or some similar on-site after work hours?
Yes.
Okay. And there was the thinking here, and I know just a little bit about this, dust control. The AQMD guys maintain a certain amount of vigilance over any kind of dust complaint. And so the concern I heard was that after people leave for the evening, the wind kicks up, as is sometimes the thermal condition here, and then it'll be more dusty. So is there that's why the on-site equipment there is for overnight? in
That's
ca-
correct.
Okay.
Water truck, yes, to
Okay.
deal with that.
Okay. And that wouldn't be AQMD driven, that would be also proactively driven, I would assume?
Proactively driven, that's correct.
Okay. So roadways, dark sky, dust and trees. There was a gentleman talking about a drainage, kind of a ex officio drainage. Sorry, we agreed no Latin. Off the record, drainage ditch, and his horses and so forth. Are you aware of the water flow that the Mr. DiMartini also addressed?
No,
And how
I-
that might affect this drainage ditch?
No, I mean, I take it seriously. He's obviously, I mean, he represented himself as an expert, right? I've heard his name around here for many years.
Yes.
I accept that as truth. And, you know, we'll meet with the guy. And it was an odd testimony, in my opinion, because he's a professional and advocating for development. But
Yeah.
hopefully he's there to help us if we've missed something.
Right.
And we will, I'm telling you, we'll be in touch with him
Great,
to
great.
do
I
it.
appreciate that, but my question was more specifically about the gentleman who had that, and good
Steve.
response on that too, but.
Steve
on-
Figueroa, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the gentleman who had the horses and a drainage ditch that he had that he clears all the time. And
Yeah,
the way I understood it, it comes off your site and goes somewhere else.
Yeah, and I mentioned in my opening comments, right, about the ability to capture that water and detain it, so you reduce the volume going to the east. I think it's pretty easily manageable. You know, we've got some maybe tweaking to do, like Mr. DiMartini
Sure.
mentioned.
And the last one then is on that drainage area that you showed on the plan, on the map?
Yeah,
I-
that detention area, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I believe you mentioned, yes. I believe you mentioned that was also extensible, depending on conditions.
correct, yeah.
Do you have any idea of 100% or,
No, I'm saying, you know, our engineer sized it with a conservative oversizing measure. If it needs more, we have the real estate to do it.
so you can do that? I think your estimate was 13%.
13% more than the
fudge factor, yeah.
100-year increase. So
Okay.
it's a safety factor already
All right,
built in, but I'm sure we can.
Well, that's it for me, other than I did appreciate your concern about being transparent in your opening presentation.
Thank you.
And trying to do that.
Thank you.
And that's important, so thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I think that does it for me here.
Yes, Don Christensen?
For the record, Don Christensen. I guess this would be my question for you, John.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
John? Thank you. The elephant in the room, as far as I'm concerned, as far as grading, is dust control.
Yeah.
These are vicious winds that come up in that area. Do you know the prevailing direction from which these winds come up? They come
Do I
off the
know?
lake or they come off the,
No,
from the
no.
west?
You know, generally speaking, right, west and northwesterly, heading southeasterly or easterly, right?
Okay, so your project would be, the grading would be as significant as the dry lake, because the prevailing wind is coming towards the folks that live out there.
Yeah, it's manageable though, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that answers my question. I would just encourage you, as a developer, that a lot of people are going to be watching the dust.
I appreciate that, and we're trying to stay ahead of it. That's why I just mentioned the condition, right? That one of the principals mentioned to me, we're gonna have a truck there 24/7 during grading operations to deal with that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, this is Clay Thomas. Mr. Kraponik, what our board is here today to do is to address the grading. And I know there is talk about the number of employees that will be there and services that are available, but that is beyond the scope of this board. This board is not here to discuss the size of a building. It's really not here to discuss the amount of services that are available out there. It's really about the grading. But in so doing, I think, at least on an ancillary point of view, is to get some answers to some of the other questions, although they are not in the purview of this board to make those decisions. So what I heard you say, if I am correct, is that you, as the representative, are willing to work to possibly pave South Avenue,
Yes,
which is right now dirt and is being privately maintained.
yes.
And also to upgrade, I want to say, I'll call it Village. It might not be different. It might be the Reno Park, but it's the entrance that comes in and ultimately leads up to the industrial wood products area back in that road there, the main
We
road.
didn't talk about that.
Okay.
That did not come up. Volunteer, what I heard was volunteer, and then South Avenue came up in the discussion today. So that's a new one on the other.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you clarify where the south, I know where South Avenue, I was out there yesterday, and I know South Avenue, and then if you continue north, you ultimately hit the unmaintained asphalt road that comes up behind the whole development there, and then ultimately makes a turn to the industrial wood location back there. Is that
White's
going-
Lake Road you're talking about that's accessed, like if you're coming in from the north side, Reno Park, you make a left, you come to a mailbox cluster, and that's the entry to the Lakeview 74, right? Is that where you're talking? And then the street that jets due south from there is,
If you can pull up your map would be good. I just want to make sure we're, and then maybe for point of clarification, you can show me where the majority of the truck traffic will be coming in from.
truck traffic coming in from Village Parkway, that leg of Virginia Street into the project, right here, 100% of the truck
Okay.
traffic, okay? The part that we've heard about today is volunteer. Can you zoom that, please? Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
So there's South Avenue. That's come up. There's Volunteer Court adjacent to the site. Again, serves access to those 5 houses. Here's what I haven't heard today, unless I'm mistaken, White's Lake Road, right there. Then there's 2 courts that extend off of it, Spring Gate, and I forget the other one that bends to the right. Right in there.
Pardon me for interrupting. No, my actual point I was trying to get clarified is where it says Reno Park Boulevard from 395 down there, coming up right there about where your pointer is. So from the white pointer at the beginning up to your red dot, that road right there.
Yeah, that's all build and dedicate.
Okay, that's going to be, okay, great. So that will be build and dedicate right to there.
And this as well.
And that will be done to there, and then
Yes.
down where South Avenue is, you're willing to work with the community to actually asphalt that also?
That's correct. And this one, we haven't heard any. I think there's a reasonable condition, because I haven't heard from anybody. And again, unless somebody's said something about it today, White's Lake is okay. It's all been about this down here.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I appreciate you clarifying that. And then in addition, if you can show me where the retaining ponds are, I know you pointed one out in your earlier slideshow. I believe you said the runoff is scheduled at 690,000 gallons, I guess, and the retaining
Cubic
ponds
feet, that means a
are
lot,
scheduled
doesn't it?
to
Yeah.
780? Is that right?
Yeah, the big detention basin on the east, there's really, right, there's really 2 sides of the development that kind of stand alone because of the UP Railroad. But there's the big detention area that covers all the calculated increase in flow of water from the east side of the site that flows into there.
Okay.
And that's the one where I said we have there's real estate that's, clipped off the map there, of which we control. So we have plenty of ability to influence the size of that detention basin. And then there are 3 of them on the other side, 3 detention basins on this side.
Okay.
This is not the best map for that, but it just gives you a good footprint.
No, that tends to answer my question. And then I guess in addition to that, all the trees that you show basically on the right-hand side of the screen, that will be a visual barrier to the community that's next to it. So they won't be looking at a building. What they would be looking at would be trees and vegetation.
That's right.
And even from across the valley that was brought up from Coal Springs, right now, they would see a building, but with time, as those trees grow, that what they'd be looking at, if everything grows out there, then they would be, it would be reduced also, the visual impact of just a building sitting there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I think that will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This is Rob. I have a couple questions for you.
Of course.
Can we go back to that one slide that you had up earlier?
We're pulling it up.
Can you give me a little bit more direction?
Previous to that.
Can you describe it for me?
Yeah, it's the land buffer drainage slide.
Not that.
That one. That one. So, no, the other one.
Okay.
So I don't have a
Here,
pointer. Do we have
I
an
think
extra
I can,
pointer? No?
We just have the one.
Oh, wait, no, you're moving.
This one, right there.
No, I wanted
Next
this
one?
I wanted the other one. The first one. The one that you had the first time.
Okay, I'll go back to it.
Sorry.
It's okay. That one, that one. Oh, perfect, perfect. So somebody mentioned a gate, and then I heard something about a firehouse. We've never discussed a firehouse. Where's this firehouse?
There's the firehouse right there.
That's the
Mr. Pierce,
firehouse.
yeah.
If I may interrupt, Board Member Pierce, we're not going to be able to pick you up on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you point out the firehouse again? Sorry.
Right there.
there. Okay, and then their road goes up through the south, right?
Right, there's
And
a
then-
road you can see, you know,
And then where's that gate gonna go?
right
Somebody.
there at the property line.
So how's a fireman gonna get in and out of their property? I mean, if there's a fire, don't you want open access to the firehouse?
It's a volunteer, it's not a Truckee Meadows Fire Department firehouse, right?
But if there's a fire in the mobile home or wherever, wouldn't you want quick access? I don't know, it's just a question.
This came up in process, yeah. You know, people wanted it gated, we wanted to close off all regular traffic that way, keep it only, I mean, typical fire access standard that would be met for fire access only.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, geez. A lot of moving parts here. I forgot all about that. That firehouse has been closed. Paul just reminded me.
So that's non-operable?
That's right, yeah. So this is just fire access, and then we would have, you know,
Okay, okay. And then, when I was up at the site the other day, I noticed one major drain right near the word White Lakes Road. There's a big drain, yeah, right up, see that? Yeah, right there.
Right there, yes.
Right in there.
Yeah.
And your ponds are going above that, right?
They're right here, yes.
Right up there?
Yes.
Okay, that was hard to see from
Yeah,
the,
it is hard to see with all the topo lines and, you know, yeah.
okay. All right, and then that road that's in the middle, you're gonna, that road doesn't exist right now. That's, or is
You mean
that railroad?
that's-
That's railroad,
that's
huh?
railroad right away.
That's
That's
railroad right there, okay, all right. Okay, those were some of the major ones. Let's see, what else do I got? Oh, there's a comment in one of the pages in here about open access to the off-road area. Are you leaving an area open for that? So that people can access the
I mean, one of the
public
comments
lands?
is that somebody that testified today about.
No, it was
ATVs.
in here. It was with Parks and Recreation. They made a comment about access to the OHV too.
We talked about, we'll do anything with, that was with Sophia, right? We talked about, there's a master plan piece.
Yeah.
And we said, we'll make that work, but remember that we have no control of the crossing.
Right.
Over the tracks. So if the county was okay, it's another volunteer condition. I'm glad you brought this up, sir. We would make it per the county master plan, but then we cannot possibly represent a crossing over the tracks.
Right, right. Yeah, I know you have no control over that. Right, okay. All right. And then, so yeah, I'm just having a real hard time seeing where the health and safety and welfare of the residents is going to be not detrimental. So can you address that in any way? I mean, I just hear all these comments from people, various comments about stuff, and I'm just having a real hard time finding that that issuance of not detrimental.
Talking about the one finding, right?
Yeah.
The issuance of the permit, staff comments is with conditions in place, which I would argue the conditions are the mitigation that then ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the people that are living on to the east. We're actually improving with the condition, the fire access condition, the improvement, of South Avenue, improving that. I'm talking about improving the overall fire access to their residences.
To those
That doesn't
residents.
even exist today. Well, we haven't heard from anybody else, right?
Okay, right.
So the people that I've spoke to on Whites Lake, the other side, they've just, when they've traded information, there's
Okay.
been no big opposition. And then that we have never said, I think this group has been informed that the local ordinances, there's no HOA or CCNRs that protect them of views. We've never, played any aggressive card about that. And I know there's spectacular views. We have the separation that meets any planning standard between the building, the height of the building, and where they're looking from. It gives you a very flat line of sight. There's a standard in the planning profession of like 3-to-1 height to setback ratio. If you look at building to building, we're talking about 7 or 8 times that standard. That separation building to building. I told you about the 370 on the one further south, 300 for the other 2 sections we drew. That's a big separation. That's a football field. So you can see that building's not in your face. You're looking over the top of the building. You are looking at a building, and so the idea, again, a public health safety, or it's not a safety issue, it's a public welfare issue, is somehow preserving their views looking into the mountains further in the background.
Okay.
And that's what we do with depressing that building. I mean, it's the best we can do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've done, a fair amount of these warehouse deals, and this is the biggest separation I've ever seen,
Yeah.
So I think that's exceeds any standard.
I think you said it was 300 feet, that's correct? 300 feet? Yeah, okay. All right, well, I just want to remind everybody that we are here just to vote on the building of, or moving the dirt around, nothing else at this point. So, thank you, sir. I have no further comments.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Stanley?
Mr. Krompatik, you mentioned the setback of the buildings from the screen, and so I have one small question, one larger question. You'll have to determine which is which. There was also behind the trees a wall, as I recall, in the drawings.
Yeah.
What was the height of that?
8 feet.
So in 8 feet, I'm assuming cinder block or something similar?
Yeah, right, sound wall.
Okay, and then trees higher? Okay, and it's inboard of the trees?
Yeah, inboard meaning toward the
Toward-
building.
toward
right?
the site. Mhm.
Yeah, that's right.
So the trees will screen the wall also?
They certainly will over time, yeah.
Okay, so there's a security issue, noise issue, dust issue, all of those mitigated to some extent by that wall?
That's correct.
Okay. The distance between the wall and trees and so forth and the buildings to be, what is that? Is that parking and,
Yeah, circulation.
okay. And did you say, and forgive me if I missed this, is that permeable or non-permeable?
No,
or
that's
how-
non-permeable. That's all part of that calculated area for non-permeable.
Okay. Was there ever any thought of going the other way on that?
Like those pavers of which, there was not any thought, it's never come up.
Okay.
We did routine management of the stormwater.
Not necessary, you
Yeah.
thought?
I mean, it does seem, there's that kind of lid stuff of which the world's going toward, and it's pretty aggressive on stormwater management. It's basically micromanagement of stormwater, right? It just goes into the ground, infiltration with what is otherwise impermeable. But we're doing the detention standard.
Yeah, and I think one of the sensitivities is on that, and I think you addressed that partially by the retaining basins being expandable to fit. A project fairly recent, and one that I'm aware of, a 100-year flood was one basin. Turns out that they needed, on further thought, twice as much as they had. It turns out in reality that that overflows every flood, every heavy rain.
Somebody missed the mark.
Yeah, yeah, they just don't get it right.
Yeah,
So, but you have the ability to expand as necessary.
yes,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant or staff? No? Would someone like to make a motion? Pardon me? Oh, well, bring it back to the board for discussion. Is there any discussion?
Well, I think we all
Yeah,
asked.
Clay Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, back to Ms. Clay Thomas for the record, back for discussion before the board. Yes, we are here only to discuss the grading issue, and I know Mr. Pierce brought up issuance not detrimental, and that's the one that I've been struggling with also. But in so doing, as I continue to break this down, I do believe that the applicant is or has made or is making numerous attempts to mitigate a lot of the community's concerns. You know, not detrimental to the character of the surrounding area. My concern is there's progress everywhere we go. Whether we look at Lemon Valley, used to be open space, South Meadows used to be open space. In fact, I believe Stonegate is slated for like 4,000 homes to go right there, right next to your community. I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I've been here over 40 years, and I remember when Reno and everything was a nice small area. I used to ride my motorcycles all over the place, but this is a commercial piece of property, and the grading is for a commercial use. And there are improvements that will be forthcoming to the area that will mitigate at least some of the community's concerns. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Stanley?
Yeah, I would echo some of the comments made earlier about progress happens. I think maybe that should be a bumper sticker. But the willingness of the applicant and the design to be able to address some of the concerns was pretty impressive to me. And I think the thing that we're mentioning is we're looking at grading, the grading permit only. But the other components and a lot of the concerns mentioned by the residents and so forth, those aren't driven by this applicant. Those are driven by the county. Those are driven by laws. Those are driven by the code that these people are working to. So if you have what is in the vernacular called a beef, you might want to look at some of those laws and some of those codes, and the next time those come up for review, put in your 2 cents. Because this project seems to meet the requirements in the law and goes a couple of steps further, as was mentioned, with their willingness to do things like pave roads and clean up some other issues and problems. The ability to extend the drainage area, which I think they may get an opportunity to do. And it sounded like they were willing to meet with the water gentleman, Mr. DiMartini, who called in, and it sounds like they're receptive to other ideas that you may have and other concerns that you may have that are within their purview. So thank you very much for your comments and your concerns, because it seemed like a number of them are being addressed.
Any further discussion? Someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a
Okay.
motion now that I have found it. I move that after given reasoned consideration and the information contained in the staff report and information received during public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 22-005 for KP Investments with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30. Those include consistency improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, effects on a military installation.
Mr. Stanley, are you including the conditions volunteered by Mr. Kropotkin regarding the paving of South Avenue and Volunteer Avenue?
Yes, and how would we best address that in terms of verbiage?
I think I just did.
Excellent. Including the willingness of Mr. Kropotkin acting on behalf of his client to pave and improve the roadways we've discussed.
And the water truck concession
Yes,
as well.
and the overnight Buffalo or water facilities as well.
Okay, second?
This is Clay Thomas, I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, the next item on the agenda, WSUP 220006.
Madam Chair, a 5-minute break.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. It's 4:30. The next item on the agenda is special use permit case number WSUP 220006, Reno Tahoe Business Gateway. And the staff is Courtney Weech.
Close. Waikiki.
Weich.
No problem. Okay, hopefully that's okay. All right. Courtney Waikiki, Senior Planner. This is special use permit for a mass grading permit, WSUP 22-006. I'm trying to both at the same time here. Okay, the request before you is consideration of a special use permit for major grading in anticipation of future development on the project site. The applicant is also requesting to vary the standards of Development Code Article 438.45C to allow finished grades to vary by more than 10 feet from the natural slope. The project is located on the south side of Interstate 80 off Exit 7 and north of Mogul Road. The project area encompasses 2 undeveloped parcels, shown in red with the dashed line distinguishing the parcel lines, totaling approximately 27.9 acres. While the parcels are vacant, significant disturbance to the site has occurred as a result of informal dirt roads and pathways, the railroad, I-80 corridor, and various utility projects in the vicinity. To the immediate north of the project site is Interstate 80. To the southeast is an existing self-storage facility. To the immediate south is undeveloped land in the Union Pacific Railroad, with large residential parcels south of the train tracks adjacent to the Truckee River. The project area has multiple public utility easements, including Nevada Energy utility poles, which will remain in place. In 2021, the Reno City Council voted in, a little bit of background, into the master plan designation in the sphere of influence that is separate from today's specific public hearing, but just to provide some insight into that. In 2021, the Reno City Council voted in favor to remove the 2 subject parcels from the City of Reno's sphere of influence. Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, Table 3.3, Policy RC2, Spheres of Influence, provides translatable land uses between each jurisdiction. Although the previous City of Reno Master Plan designation of ME, Mixed Employment, has a translation of commercial per Table 3.3, Washoe County is not necessarily obligated to adopt a commercial master plan land use. Rather, Washoe County Code Article 106.30 states the regulatory zoning of the parcels reverts to their pre-1993 zoning of ME per the pre-1993 zoning maps. In this case, ME regulatory zone translates to the current industrial regulatory zone under such table that you can see in the overhead. And where are we at with the master plan amendment? The property has, as we just discussed, an existing Washoe County regulatory zone identified as industrial. A master plan amendment is in process to adopt a master plan land use on the property. Staff will be recommending a master plan land use category of industrial consistent with the existing industrial regulatory zone. The proposed master plan amendment, WMPA 22-001, is scheduled for the May 3rd, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. And the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Conformance Review will occur pending approval from the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners. Although the master plan amendment has not been adopted, the proposed grading is an allowed use in the industrial regulatory zone, subject to approval of a special use permit, which is before you. A recommended condition of approval was included in Exhibit A as 1A to require the master plan amendment be adopted and in effect prior to the issuance of any grading and/or building permits in association with the entitlements of this special use permit. After further consideration, staff is recommending a revised condition of approval to allow for the grading to occur independent of the master plan amendment adoption. Instead, future building permits in association with construction of anticipated industrial uses would be dependent on the master plan amendment. The condition for your consideration and recommendation would read, the actions granted by WSUP 22-006 are for associated grading only. Future building permit issuance will be subject to the master plan amendment land use designation adoption for WMPA 22-001 SOI rollback. This is just to provide a little bit of an overview of the existing and surrounding regulatory zones. As you can see there in the predominant center of the graphic is industrial for the subject properties. Immediately adjacent south is public and semi-public facilities, with just below that being medium density rural. Across the way, across Highway 80, or Interstate 80 rather, is low density suburban. And then you've also got some pockets of open space and dedicated park space. So the grading request includes proposing excavation of 127,400 cubic yards of material and 104,040 cubic yards of fill material with approximately 27 acres of disturbed area, much of which has already been previously disturbed, as I had already described. I understand this map is rather difficult to read, and we'll try and go have a close-up here shortly. The project exceeds Article 438.35A1 through A4 Development Code standards, triggering the need for the subject's special use permit for major grading. The grading is intended to allow for future development of a flex space industrial park. The applicant indicates intent to construct super pads that can be developed with a mix of industrial uses as allowed in the industrial regulatory zone. The applicant states a large portion of the approximately 23,000 cubic yards of excess cut will consist of oversized rocks that will be processed and utilized on site for dry stacked wall construction. The remaining portion of excess cut is expected to include vegetation and an unsuitable material that will need to be exported from the site. The maximum height is 8 feet for single wall designs and 6 feet high with a 6-foot bench width between walls for terraced wall designs. The majority of the site has depth of cuts and fills that are approximately 6 feet and 5 feet. Any finished grade varying from natural slope by more than 10 feet in elevation is required to meet the below requirements and conditions of approval that were included as Exhibit A. And without going into too much detail here, this is the western portion of the site with some conceptual designs for what their intended use is. This is the western most portion of the site as well. The applicant has requested to vary Washoe County Development Code Article 438.45C. Finished grading shall not vary from the natural slope by more than 10 feet in elevation. Varying from this standard is allowed per Article 810.209E, special use permits, which allows the Board of Adjustment to vary development code standards in conjunction with the approval of a special use permit. And this is an illustration the applicant provided after the packet went out, indicating where the variance requested would be located. The proposed grading will meet the grading standards specified in this chart. It's important to emphasize the special use permit request is limited to grading. Landscaping, parking, and lighting requirements will be addressed with future permit requirements for build-out of the project and subject to such applicable standards. There will be an opportunity for the county to address driveway design, delivery truck patterns, recommendations on acceleration, deceleration lanes, etc., based on the specifics of such future project. All applicable agencies and departments were notified of the project application, and the recommended conditions of approval have been incorporated appropriately as Exhibit A. In response to recent public comment and concerns received over hours of operation, staff is also recommending the board consider a new condition of approval to be added as 1F, stating all construction work hours shall be limited to the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This was a late development and would like to request that the applicant indicate if that would be acceptable to them as part of your consideration. On September 14th, 2021, S3 Development held a virtual neighborhood meeting regarding the proposed project. The meeting lasted approximately 2 hours with 42 people in attendance. Primary concerns were related to 18-wheeler traffic, proximity and safety of the railroad, crime, lack of public transportation, light pollution, and impacts to existing pedestrian uses. A full summary of the neighborhood meeting was provided by the applicant and included as Exhibit E. I'll just briefly go through some of or the required findings. Consistency. The proposed use of major grading is consistent with the action program's policies, standards, and maps of the master plan with the conditions recommended in Exhibit A. Improvements. The proposed use is to provide for future construction of industrial use types. There are no utility, sanitation, or water supply facilities necessary at this time. All required utilities and necessary improvements will be subject to future applicable permitting requirements. Site suitability. The proposed site is already substantially disturbed. The proposed grading will facilitate for the future development of industrial uses as allowed by the regulatory zone. Issuance not detrimental. With the proposed conditions of approval indicated in Exhibit A, issuance of the permit will not be significantly detrimental to the public, health, safety, or welfare, injurious to the property, or improvements of adjacent properties. And 5, effect on military installations. There are no military installations in the area. Okay, and with that, staff is recommending the special use permit 22-006 be approved with conditions of approval as specified in Exhibit A to the staff report. And I have provided a possible motion for your consideration with the recommendation to revise condition 1A as described during staff's presentation and the addition of 1F stating the specific hours of limited construction. With that, I am concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for a presentation?
Madam Chair.
Yes?
Excuse me, may I take a moment of the board's time to ask for some clarification through staff?
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, Courtney, just for you, I don't see an Exhibit E in my
I
packet.
don't have an E either.
So if we can get that or find that or something.
Okay.
But thank you.
We'll make sure to, I think that is the applicant summary. Let's go ahead and get, see if we can get that printed and we'll distribute that right now.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, one more?
Yes.
thing. Okay. At this moment in time, I guess for a point of clarification is I have received emails from a variety of individuals, and one of them has raised a couple interesting points that maybe Mr. Lloyd or Mr. Large can help guide us before we get too far in depth on this. The first one, I guess for clarification, is according to the documentation I have, it says the Reno Planning Commission denied this application, and it was appealed to the Reno City Council, where it was the denial was upheld. I guess, does that action have any effect on this board, considering at the time the sphere of influence was in force and effect? And if so, does that carry over? And do we have to take that into consideration? Or do we even know what their reasons were for doing that may be different than what we have before us today? So if someone can help me out there, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, I'll go ahead and take a stab at that. History with this project, with this property. Originally, this property was in Washoe County. Over the subsequent years, it was brought into the city of Reno's sphere of influence, and at that time, the city did. There were applications made for a similar project in the city. I'm not really familiar with the details, if that project involved an actual industrial project or if it was grading like this. Probably a combination of both. But to answer your question and to get to the point, no. The city's determination does not have any bearing on what you're looking at. There's a different code of standards, different list of findings that need to be made. What you're looking at is you need to make a determination. Does the project before you comply, and does it satisfy the findings that are required to be made in order to approve this project? And those are Washoe County findings, not the City of Reno's.
Thank you. And one more point of clarification, Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Currently, the master plan has not been amended. It has come back to the county, but the master plan has not been amended, so therefore we are now addressing an issue where I don't think we have clarification, or I should say, do we have clarification on the master plan as to whether we should be even taking this under our purview at this time, or waiting till May 3rd until actually the master plan is approved by Washoe County. If you or Mr. Large or someone can help us through that.
I will start, and if further clarification is needed, I will turn to Mr. Large. The longstanding practice of Washoe County is that even if there were no zoning or master planning on a property, we cannot hold a project or a property hostage until that happens. In this case, however, there is existing zoning. And that is essentially a property right is currently in place. We recognize that this property is zoned industrial, and all of the allowed, the use for this property is in place. So there is not a need to wait, to hold off until the master plan is adopted. Now keep in mind that when it was in the city never annexed this property. It was sphere of influence. And for that reason, the zoning, which is industrial, was industrial zoning in the city, and it currently is still industrially zoned in Washoe County. And so for that reason, the applicants, they have a right to request the special use permit, and it will not hold up. It would not use the requirement of a master plan land use adoption as a means of holding up this request before you tonight.
I agree with Mr. Lloyd. This is Michael Large for the record, from the Washoe County District Attorney's Office. And Courtney spelled it out pretty well during her presentation in regard to the current zoning on this property is industrial based on the previous industrial zoning that was the pre-1993. And so that is the zoning on this property. The master plan amendment is currently being out there, and we know that's going on. The realistic possibility is what's before you is a grading permit, is a SUP for grading. This property only has two options in regard to master plan amendment. It's either going to be industrial or commercial. Grading is going to be allowed on either one of those, either one of those uses for this project. Whether or not you can make the findings in regard to this is within the discretion of this board. And that is what's before you today.
Thank you, gentlemen, for clarifying that.
Okay. So the applicant, would you like to give a presentation?
Good afternoon. Almost evening? Almost. Stacy Huggins, for the record, with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant S3 Development. I just want to start off by saying Courtney and staff, they did a great job on this project. The staff report is very thorough. I want to just take a note. I know you've seen this vicinity map. This project is significantly smaller than the project you were just looking at previously for grading. So hopefully we don't have quite as many conditions or concerns as we talk through this. Just a little bit more information, and staff touched on this, and Mr. Lloyd touched on this a little bit more. This property has been zoned industrial for nearly 20 years. So coming forward with the industrial zoning and the grading request on this property under the industrial zoning is in conformance with the code right now. As staff mentioned, this is a special use permit to allow grading on the site to create super pads to facilitate future development. It is a 28-acre site. We are disturbing approximately 27 acres of that. The anticipated or the future development of this site is likely to consist of flex space, flex industrial space, and then self-storage on likely the west end of this property. In terms of site conditions, the property is bound by Interstate 80 on the north and the railroad tracks on the south. And on the very west end of this property, it is approximately 40 feet below Interstate 80, and it progresses as the freeway travels to the east. So at the far east end of this property, it's about 10 feet below the grade of Interstate 80. So the impacts on the adjacent properties are minimal based on the topography and the slopes around it. There are, as staff mentioned, quite a bit of disturbance on this property already from the interstate, UPR construction, various utility projects in the area, and there are several stockpiles on this site currently that will have to be addressed with the grading. The staff report, just a quick summary. Again, I know Courtney went over all of this, but just to touch on it, it is a special use permit for major grading for a flex space industrial park. The request is specifically to allow development of super pads that can be developed with a mix of industrial uses that are allowed under the zoning designation and the land use table in the development code. Again, the special use permit is limited to grading. All of the landscaping and the parking and the lighting requirements will be addressed under future permit requirements once we move forward to build out the project. The site is relatively flat. 80% of the site has slopes less than 15% or less. And as I mentioned earlier, that existing topography and the interstate really do create a natural buffer to minimize the visual impacts on existing development. As you saw, staff recommends approval of the project. They were able to make all of the findings, and I won't go through them all again. I do want, before I close on my presentation, we do very much appreciate staff's efforts in the conditions, and we do appreciate the change to condition 1A. We do ask that, based on the information provided today, that this board consider further amending this condition to eliminate the second sentence, as you see shown on the screen. And just for your reference, we would ask that condition 1A be limited to the actions granted by WSUP 220006 are for the associated grading only. And to support that, the interpretation that is associated with the master plan, and it's interpretation 13.2 in the Washoe County Development Code, specifically allows property owners to establish uses that are allowed within the zoning category prior to the adoption by the BCC. That would include mass grading and building permits in anticipation of future development. So I just want to go back here. Again, we're asking that the second sentence be eliminated and that this site not be prohibited from applying for a building permit prior to the master plan amendment being adopted. I do also, just for the record, the applicant is amenable and will accept the additional condition regarding the hours of operation. So that concludes my presentation. Our team is here if you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
Yes, if you'll give me just one moment to collect myself.
And while we're waiting for public comment, if I could address Board Member Thomas's question about the neighborhood meeting notes. It's actually Exhibit C in your packet. There is no Exhibit E, so it is there.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
while there's a lull, this condition 1A, maybe I'm looking at my documentation wrong, but I didn't short reading that in my documentation under,
I think she's referring to 1B as a second sentence. Shall not be in effect until after the master plan amendments, land use designation has been established. Is that correct?
yeah, if we can get some clarification as to what they're asking, because
Our condition one, excuse me, the applicant,
if someone can clarify that, what those conditions are they're asking for, would be appreciated.
Courtney, if you can tell me the slide number, I can pull it up.
our condition 1A is only one sentence.
It's condition 1B,
Yeah,
and then there was a revised condition 1B that Courtney presented, and there was a condition, another revised one submitted by the applicant, removing the second line of Courtney's. And if we can throw that up on the board.
Do you want the applicants or what Courtney presented?
Courtney's up there.
Okay.
Yes, so unfortunately, Courtney Wyke, for the record, Planning Division, I incorrectly referenced an amendment to 1A, the condition 1A, it's actually condition 1B. And we have, there we go, so it should say 1B, apologize. And then we've got the recommended revision there in bold. And with the applicant request, they are requesting the second sentence from the bold revised condition for your consideration to be stricken.
is it, I have a
Hard
question.
for us.
Is it that imperative that you have this, you can't wait a month? For it to be approved?
Hi, for the record, Garrett Gordon. Thank you for the question on behalf of the applicant. So we've been waiting on this master plan amendment since the regional planning's approval in December. So it's been in 4 months, and the project is, ready to move forward. You can see that second sentence ties a future building permit to a master plan designation. In our opinion, and I think from a legal perspective, the building permit is not relevant to whatever master plan designation we get. As you can see on this slide, we're zoned industrial. There's a table of uses for industrial. So you file for a building permit for a restaurant. If it's allowed, you get your building permit. You file one for a cemetery, it's not allowed in that table, you don't get one. The fact that, as Mr. Large said, if we're given an industrial master plan designation or a commercial, it doesn't change the fact that this is the use table we have to comply with. So it's just a timing issue. It's been about 4 months. And if you recall, a master plan amendment requires planning commission, board of county commissioners, and potentially 2 meetings at regional with a governing board that meets only every other month. So we're legitimately looking at an October or December timeframe while we kind of wait around when we have a use table here that will dictate what a building permit could be, how it should be approved.
Okay, so Courtney, are you saying that you are supporting that amendment?
Staff is recommending the condition that Courtney put up there, that conditions future building permits on the master plan amendment.
The actions granted for the association granting of future building permits issuance will be subject to the master plan amendment, land use designation adoption. Right, so are you okay with that amendment? The recommended revision?
For the record, thank you for the question. No, we would appreciate staff's efforts, but we really need that second sentence removed. Because again, it doesn't matter what master plan designation we're given, industrial, commercial. We have a use table to provide us guidance on what uses are allowed. And so the fact that I don't want to call it a poison pill, but to put a condition in here that would really limit us for at least another 7, 8, 9 months to move the project forward. We have financing, we have purchase agreements, we have non-refundable deposits. I mean, we do need the ability to move forward with a building permit so long as it complies with our 20 years of industrial zoning. So we would respectfully ask that that second sentence is removed and we can move forward with grading only today. And if and when we do apply for a building permit, it'll go through the normal process with staff and all the agencies to make sure we comply. But we can't be stuck here for another 10, 11 months for a master plan designation, which again, will be industrial or commercial. Doesn't matter which one for grading. And for our building permit, we have industrial zoning, so it doesn't really matter either.
Yes, Mr. Thomas?
Thank you. I guess this will go back to Mr. Large then, as a point of clarification. The master plan, would that be the only two options? It will either be industrial or commercial? Or does the county actually have the ability of making a master plan to decide whatever it may be? Could it become residential? Could they identify it as anything else?
It is difficult to speculate what the potential outcome could hypothetically be. Now, staff is recommending and that the county initiate a master plan amendment with an industrial land use, master plan land use, consistent with the existing zoning. Potentially, that could be denied, and the county commission could instruct staff to take it back to the planning commission with another designation. That's not likely. But again, hypothetically, I suppose any land use could potentially be adopted by the county commission.
Thank you. So just as for my own edification, if we leave this in, let me back that up. If we take it out, and then actually the master plan does change to something totally different, such as residential, they would not be bound by that because we've removed that. Is that correct?
That is the reason that we're asking that this condition remain. We want to avoid a use being established that's not consistent with the ultimate adopted land use on the property.
Got it. Get it?
No. Madam Chair, may I ask?
Yes, go ahead.
Under the horse beating rule, is it traditional, is it an adjustment that this second line be deleted? That is an amendment. That is a requested amendment. That is not standard. Is that correct?
The applicant is requesting that the second line, the second sentence be eliminated.
Okay, and the second sentence is part of code or is part of the planning recommendation?
It is a planning recommendation.
Okay,
Yeah.
and they're suggesting part of it be removed. Okay. Now, thank you. The fact that it's not being governed by the master plan, and did I understand that that was a special exception that just for grading, we're not going to have to address the issue of the ruling of the master plan?
For the
It will be a
grading,
condition of approval.
the grading, what is before you today is a request for major grading,
Yes.
which is not subject to the master plan amendment adoption, correct? Is that your question?
It is. I just want to hear it again. So,
Okay.
under this circumstance, master plan does not govern this, in any case, this grading permit.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanley, may I comment as well?
Actions shall
Sir.
not be in effect until the master plan.
I read it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make them work together. Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Stanley, may I have a moment as well? May I respond?
Please.
Thank you. I would ask it a little different way, is I've never seen in a grading use permit that just deals with grading, a second sentence like that is now holding up a building permit, which is a completely separate process, tying it to another discretionary approval of a master plan amendment, which is a completely different process, to a grading condition. So my point is not to change or deviate from the norms. I think this is deviating from the norms. Let us get our grading permit, have no conditions related to building permits or the master plan amendment, and we just work with staff on the master plan amendment. It's staff sponsored. And at the time of building permit, we work with them on these issues. But tying this pretty unique condition to this grading permit really is the problem that we see, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know, where are we now? So, any more questions, or should we open it up for public comment? Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. First up, I have Paul McNeilage, followed by Emanuela Heller McNeilage.
Hello, Board of Adjustment. My name is Paul McNeilage, for the record. I live in Mogul. I just want to tell you about our experiences with this property. There is a history here, okay? In 2019, as you pointed out, the Reno City Council denied the special use permit for a very similar industrial development on these properties, okay? The owner then is the owner now. It's the same owner, okay? It's just being represented by S3 instead. In that case, the incompatibility with surrounding uses and safety concerns related to truck traffic were our main concerns. City Council noted that. It was turned down. Our community concerns were validated, okay? We thought that was great. Summer 2021, we're in contact with City Council. We want to know what's going on with these properties. We're in contact with Councilwoman Jardin. She says, yeah, I'll let you know what's going on. We were not informed about the SOI rollback, okay? SOI rollback means it goes from City Council to Washoe County. Another sympathetic councilwoman referred to this as jurisdiction shopping, okay? It didn't work in the city, let's take it to the county, okay? So our community experience with that, now we got to start this process all over in the county. Our concerns were heard at the city, developer didn't like that, we got to go to the county, okay? Fall 21, developers meet with the community. It's a Zoom recording, all right? They tell us in that recording, we're recording this and we'll share this recording with everybody here, okay? We emailed them, asked for the recording, they can't find it, okay? All the pledges that were made in there were lost. Yes, there is the developer's representation of that meeting that you have in one letter and some PowerPoint slides. But the details of what was said in that meeting are on a recording that we don't have access to, all right? Another piece of juicy information, and I'm not, I have no evidence that this is related to the developers, but there is a Nevada State Historic Marker, number 62 at the I-80 Scenic Overlook. It's a scenic overlook looking down on these properties. It refers to traditional uses of this land by the Washoe tribe, okay? It says there are prehistoric petroglyphs on boulders in the area, okay? This sign has gone missing. There's a picture of it that I took in 2020, and then there's a picture of where it was in 2022, okay? This is relevant to finding A, this very important evidence. This is Nevada State Historic Marker. There are irregularities in this SUP, as noted. You've covered that very well. I thank you for your insight in questioning that. My bottom line, my request to you as our government, please work for the community and not just the wealthy landowners. Help us protect our precious resources, the safety of our community. You've heard traffic concerns. That was a big one. Please do what's best for everybody. Place legally binding conditions on the exact development that goes in here, and make sure that traffic infrastructure is improved before development proceeds. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Give me one moment. I have Emanuela Heller McNeilage, followed by Tom Potts.
For the record, Emanuela Heller McNeilage, I cannot make finding A consistency. The proposed use is not consistent with the master plan and the Verdi area plan. Let's look at those. The Department of Community Development met with the public in workshops, and they came up with characteristics of the Verdi area, which Mogul is part of. And they came up with a vision to manage growth and development in a way that is respecting the scenic and rural heritage of the area by addressing the conservation of natural, scenic, and cultural resources. Let's look at those. Coming from California on I-80, you see these signs, scenic view, historical marker. You pull over to the truck stop and you see the Truckee River Valley, and in the background, the Toyabe National Forest. In the foreground is the development site, which looks pretty undisturbed to me. This will be where the mini flex is going. It's very undisturbed there, and there are two cultural resources there. Number one is this marker, which will also be moved. It's about the westward migration from the 1850s. And more importantly, the second historical cultural fact, the Nevada State Historic Preservation Office came here years ago, did research. They found artifacts from Washoe Indians from prehistoric times, and they put a sign up right above the development site. This sign says, or said, in previous and early historic times, the Truckee Valley in the vicinity of Verdi was occupied by the Washoe Indians. Their camps were on these flats near the river. Many fish blinds were found or located. And then later, even an earlier population left its mark in the form of petroglyphs on boulders in the area. This sign was illegally removed fairly recently. Nevertheless, we have cultural resources that cannot be denied, that are in the records of the Preservation History Society. And this is where the warehouse will go exactly and bulldoze over those cultural things. Mogul is under the Verdi Rural Character Management. It's supposed to be rural, non-commercial, not even talking about industrial. Mogul is to retain its historical character. Historically, Mogul has been 98% residential since decades. Goal 4 is not met, where public and private development will respect the value of cultural historic resources, and this grading SUP will bulldoze over those artifacts, and this will be lost, and I cannot therefore make finding A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Tom Potts, followed by Matthew Potts.
Good evening. My name is Tom Potts, for the record. I live in Mogul. I've lived there for 35 years. My main concern is with the railroad. I worked as a brakeman for the railroad for 3 years, so I'm well aware of the dangers of being so close to the railroad. This is the main line of the Union Pacific going all the way to Chicago. These trains are very long. They have at least 3 locomotives on them, each one having 4,300 horsepower, so it's over 12,000 horsepower as they come around that blind curve on track number 1, which heads east, generally used as east. As a train comes around for the signal, there's only 20 seconds between the time those gates close and the train goes by. With all that construction, it's going to be very dangerous, very confusing for guys running trucks and tractors. That can be a very big problem, and you can't stop that long train for about a half mile. There's nothing that can be done. The poor engineer, all he can do is put the brakes in emergency and let the train do what it does, but steel wheels and steel rails, it's going down. It'll be around the corner by the freeway by the time it stops. It's just a very dangerous spot. The second thing that bothers me is that when this was originally set up for industrial, we didn't have that Somerset. Now, Somerset doesn't have a way to get to the west side without coming down our exit, going underneath the freeway, coming around, and then going back up the freeway. That's how they get back. So there's going to be a lot more. When it was devised for industrial, there was no Somerset and there was no traffic like that. Now we have that big problem. So what's going to happen with all that traffic and all those trucks? Then the third thing is, why do we have to have all that noise and confusion for 12 hours a day, for 6 days a week? I think that at least we could have some peace at maybe 5 o'clock instead of running it all the way to 7 if you happen to vote on this. Because it's rough on this. People come home from work, they enjoy that beautiful spot you saw, and then they like to take walks. And if the trucks are still running back and forth here and there, it's going to be the end of the night, and they won't be able to do that. I want to thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Matthew Potts, followed by Barbara Feeney.
Hello, my name is Matthew Potts, for the record. I've been in Mobile since I was 2 years old. It's my home, and basically we've been here for 5 years fighting this. Basically the race had already been won. You guys understood that Reno decided this was not a good idea. Hillary Sheevy drove down to the site and said, oh yeah, this isn't gonna work. So this is the equivalent of asking your mom for $20, getting the answer you don't want, and then bringing it to a new parent with a fresh set of eyes. Maybe you can get your $20 from this area. I'm a motorcycle safety instructor. The on-ramps are very, very, very short. A lot of fatal crashes are caused. There's also excessive speed, drunk driving, and drugs, but a lot of it is caused by differences in speeds of vehicles. So if everybody's speeding at 80 miles an hour, probably less of a chance of a problem. If everybody's going 80 and one car comes on at 50, that's when things are going to start walling up. Very, very important. I really advise you guys to come to our neighborhood and drive these on and off ramps and see how they would handle, especially because it's hard with a car, an older car. I can't imagine with a truck trying to get up to speed. I really admire you guys today. You guys are in a position of leadership, and you guys have a really good opportunity to make a very, very good decision. It's going to be a very, very safe decision if we can postpone this and find the exact right use for this area. There's any use for it, but I don't think that the heavy trucks and traffic are going to be beneficial. My father already mentioned the trains and how dangerous it is with very heavy equipment. Trucks can stall. Things can be not see the train coming on the blind ramp, and I think there's a high potential for a lot of injuries and hopefully not any fatalities. Also, this is where we like to walk as a community. My little daughter loves to go down and see the Amtrak every day and watch the train go ding, ding, ding. She has a little video where she goes ding, ding, ding and watch the train go by. People like to float the river. We have fishermen there, and we want to make sure we don't impact our natural resource. Water's very important here in the desert, and we would not want this to be this project to affect our natural resource. And it's a really nice recreation area for fishing, for rafting, and it brings people right down into the city. It's one of the things I talk about to my friends, like why do I like Reno? And I take them down the river, and they see the really great side of Reno that I'm born in, proud of, and would like to see continued. Appreciate you guys' time. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
I have Barbara Feeney.
Hi, once again. I'm here speaking on behalf of Finding D, and the folks in Mobile find that this development is going to be very detrimental safety-wise in many, many ways. If we could be kept informed of some of the things that are going on, that would be a nice thing, but we have not. Things have changed on the plan, and we're finding out now things tonight that we had no idea was happening. If we could be notified that in a timely manner, rather than 1 or 2 days prior to a meeting, that something very important is happening, that would be great also. I understand there's a 10-day notification for people so they can have some time to plan and come to these meetings. Additionally, we've had some studies done out in the area, and they've been paid for by the developer and drawn up by the developer and totally excluded any ideas or anything related to the neighborhood. And they have been done, the noise study was done when it was quiet time on I-80. Well, there's no quiet time on I-80 now. It's round the clock, I hear it. I want to address the fact that grading is going on. I have been over there by the scenic overlook, and I can see where the roads have all been leveled down. Before, I couldn't even drive through there with my car because of the boulders. It's going on. A lot of soil is being flattened. I see tracks from the caterpillars or whatever equipment is there, the heavy machinery, and it's all being done on the north side of the property. And I have a map here. I'm not sure which way this goes. The other way?
No, I think you had it at first. There you go.
Okay, this is the area here. This whole swath right in here has been dug out and flattened and pushed around. And of course, it's not in public view. We have a rock processing plant here. Coincidentally, there's huge piles of rocks and rubble and everything else over here now, very fresh.
Thank you very much.
I have no further public comment in chambers.
I do have hands raised via Zoom. Rachel Solomon, if you could please state your name for the record. Okay, we'll come back to Rachel Solomon. I do have Lori Leonard, if you could please state your name for the record.
Hello, sorry, I forgot to unmute myself.
No worries, please state your name for the record.
My name is Rachel Solomon. For the record, I live in Mogul. I live in the 5th house up the street on Lemming from the highway, from Highway 80. And I want to state I don't want the development to go in. I have 2 young boys. They're in elementary school, and they ride their bikes all the time to their friends' houses who live on the other side of the freeway. They go under the freeway, which is right now pretty safe because really the only people who are using that entrance and exit to the 80 are the people who live in the neighborhood. And as they drive by you, everybody waves because it's a neighborhood. And the thought of having so many trucks in our neighborhood using that exit, I wouldn't be able to let my son ride his bike down there anymore. It would be really quite a shame. I moved here from San Diego partly because of the lure of the community, the fact that my kids can go ride their bikes outside unattended to their friend's house 3 houses away from mine. It's a really safe place to do that. And this kind of community doesn't really exist in that many parts of America anymore. I wasn't allowed to do that as a kid growing up in LA, and I would really like to preserve that. So please don't let the corporation that doesn't even care about our community run over everybody's interest in the community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Lori Leonard, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Lori Leonard, and I've lived in Mogul for just under 10 years. We live across the railroad track, so we're pretty familiar with the dangers and potential dangers of this vicinity. As has been mentioned earlier, this proposal essentially has come up to the city of Reno before, and based on the concerns with development in this area, it was denied. Those conditions have not changed at all. And again, I think the primary concern to this area is really road infrastructure and the safety concerns related to increased traffic in an area where the interstate highway is not going to be moved, the railroad tracks are not going to be moved, and the river is not going to be moved. The one and only access route for all of this traffic, which currently, again, Mogul is a residential area. It is not safe to have truck traffic coming into an area that is for residents. They're coming into a 5-way stop that essentially goes straight towards the railroad tracks. Again, the Washoe County is developing a park that had been purchased several years ago across the railroad tracks. So there are going to be additional people coming to get access to the Truckee River in this very location, and very likely heading up and over the railroad tracks. For those of us who are familiar with it, we know that trains can come from either direction. You're dealing with 2 sets of tracks there that people need to be aware of. And you can't see if a vehicle is coming from the other side when you're approaching above. So it is incredibly dangerous. We have had somebody hit at that intersection in 2017, and that was somebody who was really familiar with this intersection. So if you have not been out on site, I really feel that it's irresponsible to make a decision as to whether a development could or could not go in this location. It's really imperative because of really the infrastructure that exists and the lack of flexibility in making this a safer area. Also, our community really is needing to find more ways to connect to open space. And instead of a gateway to in industry, this really is a gateway to our national forest, which is right across the river and in conjunction with these new parks being developed. Thank you for your time, and please come visit.
Thank you. I have Karen Nyhold. If you could please unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Karen Neidhold. Thank you very much for listening to this. I have issue with the staff report on finding D. The issuance, it is detrimental to the area. And it will be extremely detrimental to Mogul Meadows neighborhood and to the homes that are immediately adjacent to the project site. So I realize you're voting on just grading. And so I want to emphasize that just the trucks going through our intersection for the grading will put our citizens in danger. Not on any of the maps that anyone has put up is the intersection under I-80, which is the only way to get to the site. The builder wants to remove the that one sentence because the pre-zoning, the pre-1993 zone actually doesn't make sense because since 1993, a lot has changed. Here are all the things that you can't change in the area. You can't change that the bridge underneath. There's not enough room for trucks and pedestrians. There is the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway, and we have a significant number of bikes coming through. We need a thorough traffic study because pedestrian and cyclists and the traffic zone changes with weather as well. The other thing that can't be changed is the entrance to I-80 West and East. I-80 East is impossible for trucks to get up to speed. I-80 West, it's hard for them to get up to speed. School children walk under the underpass to get to buses. There are too many factors to have trucks running through doing the grading. We're not even talking about the building, and we're not talking about the permits, but just to do the grading on the site, we will have problems with that, with the traffic on that underpass. And just like Lori stated, please come and see and watch. It's a very frustrating thing, and the residents are also very frustrated that the builder keeps changing their tune. So we're a little concerned that they are going to find ways around all of these steps. The other thing I want to state is we've gone to a lot of these meetings, and in the discussion, a lot of the very important points get forgotten in the discussion. The builder gets to speak, the city staff gets to speak, you get to speak, but we don't get to remind you. So I'm going to remind you now, SUP D is not meant, it is detrimental to the area. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, great. So, I guess it's time for questions. Does the board have any questions? Yes, Mr. Stanley?
I think maybe for the planner. Thank you very much for the very detailed package. Also, thank you for reaching out to as many supporting agencies as are here. One of them was Parks and Rec, or Parks and Open Space, and Sophia Kirschenbaum, I believe, opined pretty directly on concerns about the markers and about artifacts and about cultural relics and so forth. Can you tell us how that is being mitigated in this proposal? Again, can you go over that?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Stanley. Courtney Wakey for the record. Ms. Kirschman, Park Planner, did provide the following condition of approval. And it's on the last page of, I believe, Exhibit A. It looks like some of the numbering on the exhibit got a little
wonky,
messy. Yeah, so I apologize for that. It indicates 2-1, but I'm going to go ahead and read it, and we'll clean those numberings up. The applicant shall either 1, preserve the historical trail marker in place and maintain public access to this historical location, or 2, provide the trail marker to the parks program for incorporation into the interpretive program on the neighboring Carcion, apologize if that's pronounced incorrectly, open space property. Option 2 is contingent upon approval by the appropriate entity, which may be the State Historical Preservation Office, the Bureau of Land Management, or another agency or nonprofit organization. And I believe in the exhibit for the agency comments, which was Exhibit B, Sophia also included an attachment as part of her comments, but that is specific to the condition imposed on the project before you.
And just to follow up quickly, how does that work with grading? I mean,
They
how
will-
do you have access
the-
and how do you preserve if you're grading things?
I think that's what the condition is intended to do, so that when we are approving the building permit, we will make sure that that there is no impacts to that particular location or that historical marker as part of the proposed grading.
But if I may, this is not a building permit, yeah? This is a
Well,
SUP for a grading thing, and the thing is on the area to be graded, yes?
Yes, so this
So
is
how
a
is that going to
grading,
be-
it's a special use permit to allow for mass grading.
Yeah.
If or when a special use permit for that use is approved, they still have to go and actually submit the project site plan and appropriate submittals for the building permit, which it's issued via a building permit, essentially.
But-
I believe it's not a
Would
formal
that be
grading permit.
before grading then?
Mr. Stanley, they would have to, Michael Large for the record, they need to, after the SUP, this is similar to what happened when we were discussing Boulder Bay, but when they pull this is an SUP for major grading. Then the next step in the process would be going to get a grading permit from engineering to do those. To do that, then they would have to do the site-specific and meet the conditions of approval that are listed in your packet.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess we'll bring it to the
Yeah,
I
this-
am
oh, go ahead.
feeling, very contentious, and I see the homeowners are very passionate about their environment and the neighborhood, and I'm having a hard time thinking that this is a suitable activity for this location. With the proximity to the river and the parks and the cultural resources that they brought up about the Verdi general plan and how that's gonna be, you know, consistent with the master plan and the Verdi area plan, seems a little hard to make that finding. Consistency.
Madam Chair, this is Rob for the record. I'm having a real hard time finding 3 of these 5 findings, to be honest with you. Consistency, improvements, and not detrimental. It's okay on the military and the site, maybe the site suitability, but I'm really struggling with the other 3. So I would have a tendency to deny the application.
Yeah, detrimental to the character of the surrounding area. It's a hard one to make.
Madam Chair?
Yeah?
I just narrowing in for myself on one of the conditions, issuance not detrimental. I can't get my head around preservation of landscape, historical and cultural features, and
Right.
and grading. And
Yeah.
I understand I think the legal, I don't want to say contortion, so I'll say mechanics of these issues and the order in which they're done. But, so I will rely on the fact that I can't, notwithstanding the fact that another governing body has rejected it and
Yeah.
may again, and we're in a decision making process, which we're taking a position on, which will be used, I would think, if I were on the other team, as precedent. So all that aside, I can't find, I can't make that finding about issuance not detrimental.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Well,
Don?
There, we're gone. With complete deference to my senior colleagues here on this board, I'm stricken with the fact that traditionally, this has been zoned industrial. And when I consider best, I'm not here to talk about best use, but the folks that have moved into that Mogul area known or should have known that this is an industrial or commercial use designation by master plan and by conventional zoning. So I have really a hard time working up a lot of sympathy for the fact that the landowner by right has a right to use this property for industrial purposes or commercial purposes. I'm sympathetic to the landowners in that area, but I'm also sympathetic to the fellow who owns this commercial property. And personally, what a terrible place to put anything between the freeway and the railroad. You know? So I'm kind of torn here. But I think for the very narrow purposes of this particular application, I'm tending to approve it. And we're not, necessarily setting a precedent by allowing someone to grade on his commercial zone property. It's any further approval or disapproval of a building permit. We're not setting a precedent. It's not contingent upon our approval for grading. That's going to be a completely separate matter. And I'm inclined to go along with approving this special use permit with the idea that, no, we're not without a heart, but this has a long standing history of commercial zoning. And that's my thought, but it's not without a lot of thought. And I appreciate, again, what my senior, I love saying senior to these guys. But yeah, it's not without some real serious consideration. I've lost a little sleep over this over the last few days in reading it. Because what's right and what's fair. But yeah, I tend to disagree with my colleagues and say, let's go ahead and approve this.
Clay?
For the record, this is Clay Thomas. You know, I've heard both sides on this issue, and I think this is one of the more difficult ones that I've been involved in on a variety of levels, just because of the uniqueness where it was within the city of Reno. The city of Reno did deny it. Then, of course, it comes back to us. They're submitting it again. And although we're an independent board here, maybe subconsciously or something, if you're looking at the city of Reno of to why they did it, nothing's changed. But we cannot take this into account. I understand that. But I can also tell you from the citizens of Mogul, I've known individuals that lived out there, and they said their most favorite sign out there is no service. Yeah, and it's humorous, and I like it, but we can't be there forever. You know, Somerset's growing, Verdi is growing, everything is growing. I know we addressed the issue of the railroad, and I was out there yesterday, and I spent some time out there wandering around, and the issue with the railroad is that this is on the north side of the tracks, and everybody coming into it does not have to cross the railroad tracks. So if trucks or anything else had to cross that, then you would be faced with that issue, but we don't have that. It's next to the storage facility right there. But given that, I am not comfortable at this moment in time of approving this project. I just don't believe issuance not detrimental at this moment in time. I think more research has to be done, clarification has to be done. I do have a concern just on Highway 80 coming off. I do use that exit a lot. And in fact, yesterday I was on my motorcycle, and when I was going eastbound, just getting onto the highway right from there, it got a little interesting between me and a car that didn't want to move over and let me on. Now, if you take an 18-wheeler and start putting that on there where he gets to the top of that grade at maybe 40, we have another issue. You know, would that resolve itself once it's finally built? Yes, but until such time, I mean, it's an issue, plus the underpass and things like that. So I think there's, for me, there's not enough evidence to support this moving forward. I do, in fact, believe that under the motion, there are some issues that would prevent me from voting in favor of it.
Yes, Mr. Stanley?
Madam Chair, I know this is one of the dreaded moments, but in the past, when we've said things like there's not enough information now and so forth, it looks like a, you know, I mean, a quick straw poll would say it's 4-1 against right now. How would, and maybe this is a question for staff, how would a continuance consideration work at this point?
Well, the applicant has to request a continuance.
Right.
Yeah, given the time constraints, the statutorily required time constraints, it would require the consent of the applicant to agree to a continuance at this point.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Mr.
Yes.
Rob, I just would like to bring up, with all due respect, that earlier the applicant mentioned that, and it kind of sounded to me, maybe it's just the way I'm understanding, but it's kind of a hill to die on, that if we did approve this, we are being asked to take out the master plan wording in that.
Right.
And
It hasn't been approved.
according to the
yet.
Parks and Rec, they're talking about the master plan and their
Yeah.
notes and stuff, and so,
It's a little
I'm
cart
sorry,
before
I'm
the
ready,
horse.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I move that after giving reasonable consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustments deny with conditions or special use case permit number WSUP 22-0006 for the Riverview Estates Property LLC with the conditions included in Exhibit A to this matter, not having made all 5 findings with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30.
Specifically, what?
Specifically, consistency, improvements, and issuance not detrimental.
Okay, do I have a second? I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
The motion carries. Mr. Trevor Lloyd, would you like to read the appeal procedure?
Yes, most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and qualify as an aggrieved person or party, you may appeal in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is reduced to writing, filed with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and the application fee.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda, items, is there any future agenda items? No? Any requests for information from staff? Yes?
We were asking earlier, or talking earlier about the BCC and their ruling or their adjustment of the Tahoe project. Could you speak to that?
You mean the Biltmore?
Oh, yes. I was going to get to that. Yeah, let's see here. And that was Director's Items 10A, so I guess we're going ahead. Yeah, on March 22nd, the BCC heard the appeal. It's the resort at Tahoe, and they upheld the BOA's decision. So it was approved.
To approve the grading.
Yes. And it was a grading, similar to this, so it was just grading.
It came after the big voting item.
It
was a war of attrition.
long night.
Were you guys both here?
We were here till 9.
Oh, God.
I have one question. I understand from Commissioner Herman that the horse arena one is going up for appeal next week?
Next week.
Next week.
We have 2 on the agenda next week. We have the horse appeal, and then we have the setback in Tahoe.
Yeah, we actually, planning has 6 items on the agenda, but yes, those 2 specific to the Board of Adjustment.
As just a point of information, the way I heard about that coming up from on appeal was in what appeared to be an advertisement on TV.
There was a report by the news, or one of the news channels. Colo 8 did a report on it.
Yeah. All the news.
Yeah, you were not interviewed, Mr. Stanley, no. From legal.
Okay, so that covers director and legal items, right? Report on previous Board of Adjustment items. Is there any other things? Legal information and updates? Public comment? Is there any public comment?
I do have one, Emanuela Heller McNeilich.
For the record, Emanuela Heller McNeilich, I want to thank the board for this decision today. I also want to thank the staff for making that staff report. There are a few things that I want to mention, though, that were not in there. So these two lots have been zoned industrially since about 40 years. However, the city did a land use overlay of commercial use over it. It was with the context of the Reimagine Reno master plan. And they did that possibly because the residential area just developed around it so much, and the industrial use might have seemed kind of a little bit too much for that area. So just want to get that into the record and maybe into the next staff report, that the city had it zoned industrial with a commercial overlay land use. And then there was one more thing I wanted to say. Yes, very important. The applicant of today is not the owner. So Mr. Christensen said he feels bad for the owner. So the owner is Riverview Estate, who bought this 14 years ago for $1.2 million. The applicant, who was presented by his lawyer today, is not the current owner. He is a potential buyer who wants to buy this for $5 million. So he wants to buy it for a price that is 4 times the original purchase price from quite a while ago, but still it's a lot of money at stake. So I just want to clarify that when you feel bad for the owner, it's maybe not as bad because he's been having that since 14 years. And I feel I would have felt more bad for all these people and families who built their residences there. I think that might have priority over some land that is just zoned and not even owned by the applicant here. Thank you.
Ma'am, if I may follow this, it may get appealed, so.
I am totally
Make sure
aware
you
of
guys
that. So
follow
what will be the future process for that? So will we then go?
We can discuss that.
You can discuss that.
After the meeting is over.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we adjourned?
Did we get to go now?
Madam Chair, are you going to call for adjournment?
Oh. Meeting adjourned.